Rum Shop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We in the Rum Shop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We in the Rum Shop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We in the Rum Shop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So bring a rum, bring it come in the Rum Shop Talk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So bring a rum, bring it come in the Rum Shop Talk.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Episode number 3, we are in the Rum Shop, me and Stefan.
What going on?
Nice.
Everybody good? Nice.
We are Mr. Matterson, as usual,
With my punches.
with your punching. And we joined today by Dr. Roger Samuel, former minister, former senator.
I'm
Now
here.
he- now he Rum Shop.
I'm here.
Dr. Fuad Khan, not Dr. Fuad Khan.
Yes,
Can't.
yeah,
No one ever told.
Otherwise known as Rash G.
Rash G.
I swear, Stephen, if I had the time, I was going to buy some of them Rasta thing. And all of we, come in here, and all of we to be ready.
I want him a car, you know.
Right.
Swear.
I want him a car.
But yeah, that's squirrel too.
I
Yeah.
tell
that's
you.
true, yeah.
But listen, I was starting to talk, right? Because we're in Rum Shop, right? What inspired you to do that? All of a sudden, because people know you as a politician, as a
Right.
doctor, serious fella, next thing you know, you go to social media and you see
Rash
Dr.
G.
Fuad Khan in a dreadlocks with a darkers and he's Rash G. What inspired that?
What inspired that was this. I had to find a way of, that's after ministry, of course.
Right.
This was after 2015. You had to find a way to send a message to the ground.
Uh-huh.
But the ground had to be acceptance of the message. You can't do it as a politician because you say political talk.
Right.
So I was looking at a show on TV and I was cracking up laughing. Ali G and Borat.
Ali G and Borat.
And Ali G take me. I say, wait a minute. This is not a bad idea. Everybody, he talks, it seems like he's talking rubbish, but he's talking sense.
Right.
Interviewing everybody gets into the interview. I say, what I could do with that? I say, wait a minute. I asked her, and G is basically brother.
Okay.
G's brother.
But we talked about that last week.
Alright.
We talked about that
Exactly.
last week when we talk about it. When we talk about John Stewart from
Yeah,
Comedy
yeah,
Central,
yeah.
Yes.
more people get their news from people
John
like John Stewart than
was the
CNN.
Daily Show.
Yeah.
The Daily Show.
The Daily Show, Trevor Noah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So say it's
Well,
a
John
fact.
Stewart.
So I realized that people
Before.
like to listen to that.
Yeah. Yeah, because
Yeah, it's too much
you see
seriousness
what
around it.
you see what he's saying? You had to find out when you would have never do that as Minister of Health.
No, I couldn't.
You can't do that.
No.
Because people
Why
will
you
say,
couldn't?
"Well, crazy man, we are from
Why you
Robert."
couldn't?
But
No,
we have one
As
now.
minister,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
As Minister.
That's
The
I
complete
put out a
Yes,
post.
sir, yeah.
I put out a
Yeah.
post this morning. I referred to him as our Kulu Munu of health. He can't be a minister. He's telling people 20,000 people in Banlara Stadium not obligated to wear a mask. They learn children in school after. I said, this is not a minister. This is not a doctor. This man is a madman. Richard Blaze, our national security advisor, messaged me and said, you shouldn't be using words like Kulu Munu. You're going to a minister. I said, brother, some things, what Dr. can't say is a fact. Some things, you put a little comic twist on it, and it hit the ground.
And they hit the ground. And they
Yeah.
get people attention.
And then I introduced the squirrel. No, what?
I didn't understand this girl.
No, don't understand squirrel.
I didn't understand.
Here why? There's a comic called Dilbert.
Yes.
Okay.
Dilbert is a serious comic
That
about.
I like that.
But who is the one he's listening to most?
The garbage man.
Dog boat and the dog boat. The dog and the cat and the cat boat.
Rat, and yeah, no, Dilbert is serious.
No. So it's serious thing you're talking. So I say, wait a minute, how do I bring this thing and bring this thing? So wait a minute.
The
I
smartest
say,
man is the
that's
garbage man.
yes, and the thing about it, you get a lot of information, and you listen to Dilbert and the garbage man, and Dogboot could say the most ludicrous things and get away with it, but he's serious. So I say, wait a minute, I had a puppet and boy, and I say squirrel and idiots, and squirrel come up.
President
And
of the service.
so we had Raji from Allergy and Squirrel from Dilbert, and here the combination, people started like Squirrel more than Raji, you know,
Wow. You see?
Listen, listen.
You see?
because he talks.
Yeah.
He talks. So you
No,
want
but you had to connect to people. Politics and issues is will bore some people. It has some people that just tune off. So they want to hear it. So you really had to find a different way to
And
present it.
There's one I'll tell you that you need to be,
proper.
Sit like
Prim.
this.
You've got to be proper.
And they do,
Speak the Queen's
they do
English.
poor Gary that. Gary come out with NTA. You see Gary?
Yeah, I think Gary. I think Gary. What's wrong with Gary?
But listen, that is not the Gary that you know.
No.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's the Gary.
you know, it takes Trinidadians so long to get accustomed to Arthur N.R. Robinson. We know you're saying
Yes.
Know that nonsense?
No, but what-
President
what-
Arthur N.R.
What all of this is telling us, listening to Dr. Khan, is that where the voters are, the people who listen to anything, whose mind you want to get into. If they're on social media, they listen. These are the things that really
that
attract
fascinate
them,
them.
fascinate
Yeah.
them. So when I hear the US State Department want to remove TikTok from Facebook, asking Facebook and YouTube to remove TikTok from on their platform, I was kind of like taken aback. Why? Now, while TikTok might be attracting a lot of children, what are children listening to today?
No, but I'll tell you some more TikTok.
He's get serious quick.
No.
Take out this challenge.
No. TikTok is an innocuous social engineering machine. If you look at
It gets
TikTok,
serious. It gets serious.
have
TikTok
to be
destroy
careful.
YouTube, partner.
not only that, if you let children look at TikTok and continue to look at TikTok is using the same comedy and the same thing to
Yeah.
drive some serious
Message, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a message.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Serious
messaging.
messages.
and
serious
But
youths will be completely destroyed.
unless you are
Eventually-
aware
and who is
of
the
the
company?
message,
Who's the company?
The Chinese company.
fast
Chinese
food.
company.
and you don't realize
Americans own
it.
YouTube.
Correct.
Chinese own TikTok.
Yeah.
And that is warfare.
But Trump
Controlling
had,
the airwaves.
but Trump had passed a ban to say that unless American companies don't own at
And
least
Huawei.
60% of TikTok, you just can't have it on
You
there.
might find out unfair. It can't be for capitalism, and then when you're getting out capitalists, you're passing socialist laws. I don't agree with that. I say to you that if Americans get left behind, and YouTube run the show for a decade, and then TikTok come and take it under,
TikTok.
re-engineer. Look, Facebook jump out and
Reels.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
come in.
yeah.
But YouTube are YouTube
They're
shorts now.
re-engineering.
Same concept.
Yeah.
But
And TikTok trying to
it's
do long
addictive.
videos. TikTok going to long
And
videos.
that's the thing of it addictive, eh? You will be scrolling,
Yes.
so
You gotta be very careful.
And
Yeah, no, for hours, you know.
2-3 hours passing.
Yeah.
and you will realize of it
I
now.
say, wait a minute, what the hell going on
It's
here?
not
But what the thing the metaverse is, they just gonna say, look, just go inside the thing now, man. I'm done.
And done.
And don't come back out.
Look back on, they're spending so much time on social media, and it is really, really addictive.
It's amazing.
But
I have learned almost, apart from university, everything that is constructive, you can learn it on YouTube. You can learn to build anything.
You can
You
do
can
on
anything.
learn
Anything.
roti.
It's called
You
the
can learn how to make roti.
It's called the
on YouTube.
University
I
of
know.
Utah.
Yeah, and so I
have
tell
one
people,
problem with
I tell
anything.
You
youths,
could learn anything.
I have
tell
one
you-
problem with anything.
What?
I'm not into the learning to cook on YouTube.
Roti.
Because you see what they're cooking, I can't taste it.
There's no-
If I can't taste it,
No.
if I cannot taste it, I don't do.
Brother, they have doubles recipes and things.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch Baby Shark, because I have a 4-year-old and she watching Baby Shark, and I watch in the corner on the date, and I see the amount of shares, I have to go up close and check. It's 10 billion
Yeah,
views.
billion, yeah.
10 billion views. You get paid per view.
Yeah.
So when it's 10 billion views, what money you make? What money you make? Baby Shark, you hear that song? It's a stupid little baby
Yeah.
shark, little baby
Yeah.
shark.
Yeah.
10
Yeah,
billion.
I was saying that is just a
That's
small
more
one.
views than there are people on the planet.
So what I'd say about, all right. Let me,
Baby Shark is American. It's not
No,
Chinese.
no, but what that says about the all right, the social and the political sphere, the messaging and the mediums. Where that put conventional media versus social media. Right?
Conventional media.
Well, clearly, and this is what
They're
You see-
going,
you
but
see
they ain't
where-
gone yet.
They fully dead.
Mr. Man, in my house, growing up, we had a telephone on top of 2 telephone books, the old book and the new book.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Right,
That's
right,
right.
right,
Yeah,
right, yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
And they have the new book
New book.
and your telephone there. That space in your house, you realize that
Gone.
you know-
Gone.
It's
but
gone.
You're not,
Yeah.
right? You have no phone there again. When you look at your television as a device that used to be something where 7 o'clock in my house, shut up, daddy watching
Yeah,
Panorama.
news.
Daddy
That's
watching
right.
Panorama. And you can talk. Now, when I turn on my TV, I don't have It had to be something.
If I hear something on TV6, I hear it
Bossman,
already for
I
you.
just had to.
Because I hear it on
I had to
YouTube
call
or
people and ask
Facebook.
how to find TV6 on the TV.
Mhm.
To find the other day, they had something that was going on and we wanted to watch the news. But other than that, the storm. But other than that, Netflix, Disney,
But Netflix Netflix destroy conventional television.
Yeah.
Netflix
No,
destroy.
you know what Netflix destroyed? Netflix destroyed cable.
But right. Well,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
all that
yeah.
conventional.
Cable had run the route.
And TV
Yeah.
and cinema.
Mhm.
But,
Yeah, that
but
is
people
true.
go cinema for the experience
Yeah.
still, like
Mhm.
movie town and
Yeah.
thing. But when you used to have cable to watch HBO and Cinemax
Yeah.
and Showtime, you don't have that
You
anymore.
don't have a
Yeah.
game.
Now it's view on demand.
On demand, yeah.
And everybody, I remember when there were Trinidadian involved in this company with a little dish in his rent, right?
Mhm.
And he was talking about getting the government to pass a law to stop Android boxes. Tell him,
I remember that. Yeah.
tell him what a
Yeah.
crazy. There is an app that I could download to my phone that turns my TV into an Android. I don't need. You can't stop it.
No.
You cannot stop that technology. You have to turn off the internet, partner. If you want to stop that, you have to turn off, because there's an app for anything. I sure they have an app. If you point on your phone and you listen to Terrence Dial say he sounds smart.
Nah, it don't have that. It don't have that, Philip. Don't come.
I sure they have an app for that.
That will be a
Philip,
dangerous app.
don't try to tease people head.
That's a dangerous
Don't
app.
try to do
People
that. It
gonna say
don't
shut
have
up
that.
now.
Yeah,
It don't have that.
But imagine if that app was real.
No, but
You're gonna get up for when they used to have
Stefan
all
was
that
talking
press
about the
conference.
impact of social media,
Yeah.
politically.
Yeah.
That's what championed Barack Obama's
Yeah.
movement.
But can it win an election in
Latin
Trinidad?
America, you know, I
It
mean,
will eventually.
It will
it will
eventually.
eventually.
It will
It will
What's
eventually.
for the election I had in the election?
Mhm.
Pure social media.
Yeah.
It will
Oh,
eventually.
yeah, it's true. You were just on just social
Yeah.
media.
Mr. Man, how much of your viewership at Synergy is influenced by social media? You are the only talk show host in the whole pantheon
Mhm.
that is straddling both
Both sides.
Yeah.
conventional
Yeah.
and digital. All of the others that trying, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but the others that trying,
Mm.
you could see that they're trying it, not natural to them.
No.
This was somebody taking somebody that made for internet and putting them on TV. That's how you look.
Okay.
You come across like, you understand what I'm trying to tell you? He doesn't look comfortable in that space the way TV people is look comfortable in this space.
I look more comfortable on Facebook.
On Facebook,
When I live.
exactly that.
Yeah.
So when you try to bring people like JW and Fazil fight the, for years. Fazil will tell me this computer thing, this internet thing. Tell him, bruh. Fazil used to say that.
He look like what? So,
No, but Fazil used to say that.
somebody come and figure this out.
This, you can ask
Call
him.
your son.
Yeah.
Call your son. Hey!
And one or two totally go on social media now.
102?
Yeah.
Power 102?
Yes,
One of the
complete
yeah,
social
yeah,
media.
they're on social
You can't get him on radio.
Not
You serious?
They're on social media now.
Look at that. Papa.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're on
Complete.
social- Yeah.
Wow.
Sure, everything.
Well, I think radio will be extinct it's just a matter of time
You know
why?
before
You know
radio
why?
gets
You know what-
extinct.
you know
Because
what
on
is
demand
The
again.
medium is on
That-
demand. You
that's
can
the
tune in
issue.
on your phone.
A
What-
cell phone.
You see what you're doing here?
Anyway.
You see this? Content is king. You could find a medium to broadcast any content. Right
Yeah.
now, Satish could tell you there are 3 platforms in Trinidad want to take our show. Call in Satish and ask him about the show. Platforms now in trouble because they have to find content that keeps viewers by them
Yeah.
Yeah,
because everybody fighting for the same eyeballs.
correct. No, correct is right. It's interesting how quick it changed to it.
I
It's just like
support-
the other day, just like I remember saying on radio, doing radio, and it was BlackBerry Messenger.
I watched,
Just the other
I watched
day.
a comedian
Look what
last
we
night.
reached out.
That is when BlackBerry was king.
Yeah.
I watched a comedian last night on Netflix and she was talking about, she said, this generation owes us. We went through all the crap that gave you all the internet. That's true. Sitting down, watching that blue thing on the computer screen. We're downloading a song on Napster, remember that?
Yeah.
And it reached
Napster.
98%
Yeah.
and it crashed.
Yeah.
Napster was it?
Yeah, crash.
Napster was the app.
You're
Was
going out,
site
your
you
line
want for
coming
music
up.
free.
You're going out to party and you leave 20 songs downloaded. When you're coming back home, you say,
Ah, boy, I had them.
Crash.
Yeah.
It crash.
So,
What you gonna do?
oh, your mother shouting that you come off the internet. She want to use the phone. She want to use the phone. Remember that? Dial-up.
Philip, those were the days when you had a 1 gig computer and it was boss.
It was big.
Yeah.
Today, cell phone about 20 times that.
Remember when you had a flash drive when you pull that up?
Yes.
Ooh, use people.
Yes.
God, flash
Use
drive.
people
Those were the
before flash drive.
days, yeah.
Nah, floppy disk.
I remember DJs. As a
Going too far back.
DJ now,
Come back.
I didn't come up in the record days. I come up in the CD. So it was CD. But I remember when you
Yeah,
played,
baby.
if your CD only scratch, is song playing and it's ding, 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 it stick right in and the CD stick right in. Now you're gone, they
But I
eliminate
thought-
CD
but I thought-
and CD bag, you're walking with 2-3 CD bags that one
Yeah,
play.
well,
They eliminate that. Now it's
a flash
CD
drive.
flash drive,
bag.
laptop.
I used to go and
yeah.
DJ with George Gonzalez. You're walking with cold
The two
crates and
guys that used to
record.
sing. Milli Vanilli.
Milli Vanilli.
Is the CD scratcher?
Girl, I'm gonna miss you.
show, boy.
Otherwise you might have never
them
know.
You lip syncing
that
for
was-
life.
What?
And all of a sudden,
That been China, somewhere Hong Kong, somewhere.
Yeah, almost so they still lip sync and play it on the radio. You understand?
But they was big.
Yeah.
I was
They were
listening-
big, they were
I
big.
was
So well,
listening-
I did still have 2 songs
They
I
get
listen
Grammy, they get big
to
awards,
all the
you know?
time. Girl, I'm gonna miss you.
They had
But right
Grammy,
now, every
boy.
single artist is lip sync.
Does lip sync
Yeah,
now?
everybody
No,
lip sync,
what
yeah.
he's talking about is they
They
never
couldn't
sang-
sing.
They couldn't sing.
They couldn't sing.
They
But
couldn't
no,
sing.
when you look at entertainers now
I mean,
ain't
They
like
thinking, they thinking.
oh no, but if they would come
Back
out
in
and they
the
tell
day,
you
they
auto tune,
like-
they'd be good.
They live.
Yeah.
They'd be
The
good for
record
auto
is
Yeah,
tune.
playing.
yeah.
The record is
I
playing.
could sing with auto tune.
All
Auto
them
tune doesn't make
shows.
everybody a singer now.
when you're talking singers and thing, you're talking Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
You know, you know that's what you're talking.
Those
You're
are the-
talking
And today,
People
John
TikTok,
Warwick.
People who
TikTok
song the
make
same
everybody
way
a singer.
recorded as well as live.
So you could just go and
Yeah,
buy my song
yeah,
and you're
yeah,
looking like a
recorded.
singer.
Yeah.
You know how you know when somebody could sing? When they could sing without music. When they could just sing.
Acapella.
I'm going to use
Acapella. Acapella.
But I don't know if
You just talk about Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston's biggest song was I Will Always Love You.
Mhm.
That song from The Bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
Dolly Parton had sing that song first. That was Dolly Parton's song.
Yeah.
And I watched an
Country
interview
style.
and they asked Dolly Parton how she felt hearing Whitney Houston sing her song. She said, "You heard her sing that song? That's not my song anymore. That's her song." Because when she hit that note in the end,
Yeah.
and that woman
Those were the
Could
days of
sing.
singers.
Could sing.
Barbara Streisand.
She can sing.
Good Barbara could have sing. She could still sing.
But no, you're listening to a song and half the song is computer singing.
It
Yeah.
is computers.
Look, it had I don't know much all are familiar with the versus battle and thing that is happening in America, right? They had the first R&B versus battle between Marion and Omarion. Just this week on here. Yeah, now it blew up the internet for the wrong reason. When them fellas and them open them out to sing,
Bad news.
it
No
Yeah,
auto-tune. No auto-tune. Where's
It's the
auto-tune?
worst.
They can't sing.
they can't hold a note, the song is horrible. All check that one, catch that one. Yeah, now that all people come and they say, well, wait, what is this? What is this noise?
Who is this?
Computer
That's
generated.
what Marion and Mario R&B singers, them fellas who come up in the 90s and they, they were singing the songs in the studio,
The
B2K,
Yeah.
you know, and watch me, I tried to listen to 10 minutes of that, but I nearly went mad. I couldn't believe that, boy.
Boss, the internet gives you so much information. I found out that the
boy.
majority of number ones come out of Sweden. Songs that are written
Sweden.
in Sweden. Justin Bieber and all these people, they go Sweden.
Sweden.
They have some of the best writers. The people who's win these shows, they have Eurovision.
Yeah.
Eurovision is
that's
a big,
amazing, you
that
know.
is a big
Eurovision.
show. Eurovision, what wins in Eurovision this year tells you what is happening next year.
Yeah.
And ABBA was the first export from Sweden. but
They
it
were
was
they were
massive.
British. They were British,
No,
right?
they were Swedish.
They were Swedish.
Swedish.
I was
Anita and Beyond and that's
Yeah,
the names.
Swedish.
But they had learned a formula. You ever listen to a song and all the words together ain't making no sense at all, but certain segments you could
Yeah.
Because when you learn these things, you listen to things now with fresh ears and you realize that line and this line don't add up.
Yeah.
But this line, that resonates with me.
sense.
They learn that formula. They learn the hook.
Yeah.
They learn that if you bring that, Scorpions had done a song called "Still Loving You."
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
That song, in the first chorus, they take it to just about, and then it's drop it. And in the second chorus, by then, everybody waiting and you're holding your breath and you want it. That formula, you say that because you want that feeling over and over.
And over.
You
Like
plug
cocaine.
into,
You're looking back, we're trying to get back high.
That, I guess, is
It's a science.
chemical
It's a
hits.
science.
Yeah, it's
Like
chemical hits.
cocaine.
It's addiction. How addiction works.
But that's the other way that you get messaging across too. As we're talking about messaging, we're talking about social media, Rashji character, comedy, music. Music is one of the best mediums to get message across.
Brother, I have said so. You and I had a conversation on all that.
Yeah.
We talking once in an interview, but we agreed that people who driving on the road jamming Barry Manilow don't get in fight.
No!
That's
enough.
If your heart pound is air supply, at worst you're crying. You ain't fighting with nobody.
You ain't fighting nobody. You ain't
When you listen to
angry. You ain't
When you
angry.
listen to music, you drive. I tell people the first time I listen to somebody, lick out Ninja Man front teeth with a hammer. This man serious. I didn't know you could do that.
I looked at the interview where they interviewed a former gangster. And this guy said some things that are phenomenal. He said, when they have to go and put a hit on somebody, he said they lock themselves in the car and pump it up.
Yeah.
And when they take two smoke and they pump up that, he said he could walk out of that car, walk up place
And some punching.
shoot his
Yeah,
mother, and
yeah,
he
I
feel
don't
that.
know
That's the
that.
influence music.
He said
Yeah.
they charge yourself up there in driving
I
down the road.
hear some.
He could walk out there and
And
shoot
do
his
it.
mother
I
without
hear
any
some
problem.
music already that can make me shoot people too.
No,
That's
when
the
I,
thing.
when I said that music years ago, I said that music is responsible for the behavior of a lot of people.
Thank you.
No, when I said that, I said people wanted to kill me.
No, because you see, you have to. The thing with people is they want the truth, but you had to get them the truth in a way that they could digest it.
Doses.
That's your Rashji and Squirrel company.
Exactly.
But you know that music seeks no permission to enter into you. Huh? It's the only thing that seeks no permission to enter into the human body.
Huh?
You could be sitting down here, something playing, you ain't paying attention to
I make a
it.
joke.
All of a sudden,
Mhm.
you're
start
tapping
tapping
about
foot.
it. And somebody say, hey, enjoy the music. What music? It seeks no permission to
It's the
enter.
beat.
Yes.
It's the beat. What is it?
Rhythm.
You see when a baby's in the mother's womb, it hears the heartbeat in different decibels, especially bass. Think about
They
how
better say that in the engine room, you know. He says 9 months, my mother let me check out she heartbeat.
Yeah, rhythm.
Voodoo, voodoo,
Rhythm.
voodoo. Look here, start over.
Rhythm.
He do that breakdown in that song, engine room. If you listen to that song, David Rudder, engine room, he do that. Say when people feeling the adoption,
Yeah.
you know, that we
And that is what you're
Yeah.
accustomed to.
Rhythm.
Yeah.
If you want to sell anything to anybody, understand what made them tick when they were a child, and give them that same smell, that same process, that same everything.
I just have one question about that though.
Yeah.
How some people come out born without timing at all? Because like that mother had a heart problem.
I think my mother.
That's teasing it.
No, but I think that's true.
No rhythm.
Because I just dance in and out of time.
No, but that's serious thing, you know, because I've been saying it. I said it since my radio days. The music
Yeah, boy.
is going to change the way society operates.
Culture changes,
If your lyrical content have more promiscuous kind of
Yeah.
content, you're going to end up with a promiscuous society.
yeah. your mind there.
You mix the music, no offense,
Yeah.
with TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
Mind control. Mind
Facebook.
control.
Wow.
Mind
Instagram.
control. Mind
And
And they
control.
have the results of what you have
You know what
today.
you have there? What makes people fat?
That's right.
Sugar, salt, oil, called the bliss point. That same music, as they say in TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
Instagram, and that type of thing,
Yeah.
you have the same bliss point that makes people addicted and change their brain waves. So they become
And they
a
can't do
totally
without
different
it.
person.
Wow.
Can't do without it.
Re-engineer.
Yeah. And you know, what's it? It's all happening and you don't know.
Bring her rungs, man. Bring her rungs. This
Yeah.
thing is
Yeah.
heavy. We're taking a
Forward,
deep
you know.
dive.
No, but it's a serious topic, you know.
Yeah,
It's a
but-
serious topic. It's a serious thing.
I hear it.
You see the girls on Instagram these days? You see the selfies? You remember girls in our day?
In fact,
Boy, they
Well,
couldn't.
sometimes-
You couldn't get a.
Sometimes they look like sometimes they look like they're selling something. Sometimes they look like they're selling something 24.
no, but
Don't go down that road.
no. But Stefan and Philip, the girls nowadays
Mhm.
are being trained to do that. They are being focused to become I don't want to use the word here.
Yeah.
but,
No.
But they are focused
You're right.
in that direction.
No, but you're right.
And they think that is the way to go.
When you look at that billboard,
Mhm.
I was just driving down Cipriani Boulevard, right? And I was in traffic. So I had a choice to studying everything. I was studying the White Oak billboard across the road from town. So it's 3 people hung up, a man taking a picture. It looked innocuous. A girl raising a cup. And everybody have a bottle of rum in their hand. And they look happy.
They enjoying themselves.
They look happy. They're enjoying
Yes,
themselves.
yes,
And they're happy.
Yes.
Very young people who are now coming of age where they have to go out and get happy
That's a sign.
will see that image
That's right.
and buy into that. Then
Totally.
rum
Yeah.
and I happy.
You know, the one
because
put
you're
up a billboard.
thinking, huh?
They won't put up a billboard. But a man with a bottle of rum wrap around a lamppost in a car. Because they ain't gonna buy into that.
Mm.
But
Interesting.
they show happiness, enjoying yourself.
You know, they say if they ever share the information that the Marlboro man died of cancer,
He did.
people will stop smoking.
Yeah,
But
lung cancer.
But they also told you, I think there was a study, or it had information that come out a little while back with IG, where young teenage girls, they found that a lot of them would go into a state of depression because if you're overweight and you're looking at these pictures that these other girls
Yes.
All food is
sharing,
Psychologically.
right? Which Photoshop.
All
You start going to a state of depression because you're going on a diet and you're dieting, you're starving yourself and you're trying to get to that point.
Which was one of
like them.
which was one of the protesting
Which led to
factors for,
suicides and that kind of thing.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Because,
They said
because,
TikTok
because
had
it's sending
that
a
kind of
message
effect
that
on
is what.
that kind of psychology.
That is
beauty.
yeah, that is beauty. That's
But
what is acceptable.
but you know what?
That's the intake.
But okay, so I just want to ask this
You
question.
gotta be
right?
careful, yeah.
Because there's a counterbalance of sensible thinking now having access to the airwaves. People being able to do live videos and shows and give other versions of reality to people. And people, I think they call it woke, people waking up
Yeah.
to some of this is nonsense. Some of this is crap. And people are pushing back at a lot of it too. So I think that, don't get me wrong, I think there needs to be some kind of adult in the room.
Well, the thing
No, but we need an adult in the room because if you look at it, I mean, I was looking at all of the things that's happening, like all of the movements. A movement is a powerful thing.
Yeah.
If you get your movement to take traction, because people have not much going on in their world, and they jump in your movement and they feel like they belong.
Look at the candlelight
Yeah.
movement. Perfect example.
Which one?
The candlelight movement.
Yes.
He went light one. You went and light a candle opposite the Red House. I remember in the earlys, for the first few days, it was just you and a few other people.
No, but it resonated with
And
people
then
because
started coming.
But you
started
remember the
come out.
picture of Forrest Gump? Forrest Gump started
when he
running.
started running, it's the same
And he
thing.
was around
And he started around behind
He was
him.
around
The
behind
And
him.
then-
Gump effect. The Gump
And then
call it the Gump effect.
Yeah, it's
A
Gump
move-
effect.
I didn't even know that. A movement is a powerful thing, but you see, it's a powerful thing for good and a powerful thing for bad.
But how you
Exactly.
felt, I just cut in across here because you say that movement is a powerful thing. How did you feel as a person, right? When you know you went and you light this candle outside the Red House, right? Remember, it had vigils in nearly every part of Trinidad and Tobago at one point in time, which obviously, came about because of what you started. From looking on and seeing that, then, what you felt in that moment?
No, honestly, it just felt like all of us showed up at different times.
Uh-huh.
I didn't feel like I caused it. I felt like I showed up. Others were showing up. It resonated. You understand what I'm saying? You could talk about like when we were in Paria for the divers.
Yeah.
For a little while, the story wasn't going anywhere. It was Carnival weekend. And the story wasn't going anywhere. But at a moment that it shifted and people started to realize, wait, now they have human beings
Dog inside
in
there.
a pipe.
Right.
And the attention shifted.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, but what's
because-
going on now?
But Andrea,
Yeah.
because that's what you brought up, right? Andrea, she was such an easy person to relate to.
Mm-hmm.
Her dad made it easy to relate to his daughter because he made it possible
Yeah,
for
yeah.
us. He made it possible and he shared information. I mean, what broke me was that video when he fixed her little car
Yeah.
and she was driving her little car. She's a big woman driving the little car.
that's
That broke me. That broke me. And I said, no, this is unacceptable. Now, it's not to say that all of those other girls didn't have a situation, right? But we he let us into Andrea's world, and we found this innocent child that really didn't deserve this.
But you see,
So it's not
And
just, and I just want to say,
it's the same thing. The Keep Noel project. It's the same thing.
same
with,
thing,
you
but
know,
okay,
137,
but you see, like how you mentioned that, right? Look what went on with the candlelight vigils, Keith Noel.
I guess that's a good,
Katie's,
parallel.
Katie's, Team
That's a good
Katie's,
parallel.
right?
That's a good parallel.
Right? So if we talking movements, right? If we talking movements, because Dr. can't just get licks in an eternal election. So as we talking about people being woke, apparently some people still asleep. Right? Because
No,
they
but
put back the same person
you see, you
to
said
run the
No, but
opposition
you said that.
losing right through.
No, but if you
So-
say that, right? He is one already for the same party. And I've asked this question, right? There are people who will tell you they will cut their vein and let out blood for Rowley. But if
Yes.
Rowley step out of the PNM and run for Diego Martin West, he will get his ass.
You get clobbered. You get clobbered.
Yeah.
Cannot win. Kamala cannot win Superior outside of the UNC.
It happened before. When she went for NAR.
Okay, so then, what it is about the voting consciousness in Trinidad and Tobago, that it looking for a face to place in what represents it. That's what it is. We have a preconceived, because they didn't like Rowley as leader. You know, when Rowley challenged Manning,
I remember that.
People hated it.
they had hate him inside the PNM.
Yeah.
That hate him inside the PNM.
You try-
I remember when you watch Patrick Manning say,
That was the
"Mr.
first. That was the
Speaker."
first time.
No, when Patrick Manning and him fall out, and Patrick Manning went and he had said, "Mr. Speaker, I see hate.
I see.
I see
Animosity.
animosity. I see a man so
Acrimony.
acrimony." When you look behind him, you see
out of control.
Hunt. What's Hunt first name? Minister
Gary.
of Sport, Gary Hunt.
Yeah.
Hunt
Captain Des.
and was the one who got arrested, Gary Chacha.
Marlene.
Marlene.
Marlene and them, yeah.
I want somebody to tell me who built that desk here, because Marlene beat the crap
Out of that desk.
and it's
So
not.
them just had.
Yeah,
Them just had.
But from
Ross with them just had.
Ross and then yeah, good rough up when Rowley challenged Manning and Shagran Watson.
Oh yeah.
They get real rough up.
Yeah.
From
But
City Ross and
what we
them,
need, okay.
That was the
Ruffle.
first thing. The
Hines
first
and
one.
them get rough up.
What you mean rough one? For fight and people,
Watch
Shake
me.
up and thing, boy,
They
push and pull.
real ramfle them up.
and you see it's the same thing, because Manning had a cult of his own after NAR. But when he lost to Campbell, they pelt the man with
Yeah,
Mambo.
boy.
Yeah.
How does it
They
go?
really hit on him, you know. I never thought.
You know why? You know.
Is that hate given? Is that hate given?
What happened? No. What happened?
Is that hate?
No.
I think so.
I will tell you. I shouldn't say it, but I can tell you who gave them a shock. But what happened to Manning? Had he called the election on time and lost, they'd have treated differently. Manning called
That's not
election
election.
a year and a half early,
Early.
18 months, right? Which he didn't have to. And that is
What
what
I
he
heard that certain people met in Barbados, certain people who were sitting as ministers. Mr. Matheson, as a former general council member, you might have information that you could share. Were there people who were facilitating and undermining? I hear a man get summoned to the West and was told he was fired as the leader of the PNM.
I don't know, Dr. Sam.
Yeah, but
But I know, I didn't hear anything about it.
Because
I
they get
don't
too
know.
serious, but the reality of the thing is, the politics in Trinidad and Tobago is not really representative of the people. What you're trying to do, what you just tried to do, the things you're trying to say, you know, and I mean, as a man of foot in either side, you know that what you want, the ideal, is people-centered politics.
Yes.
Right.
But what takes place in Trinidad is party-centered politics, and
Or
it's not.
leader-centered politics.
No, the leader that
As
is
part of-
placed. No, but the leader that is placed there, as the point of China made, the leader that is placed there is revered.
Well,
But that leader could be replaced and revered by, and somebody else could take the spot. Look at Baz and
that
Campbell.
is so, but you see the thing with the two movements, the two major movements, they all galvanize around the leader. Whoever that leader is, to maintain that dominance in politics, you have to stay behind that leader. And so Dr. Samuel.
Right,
how it is.
but if
That's how it
Wendell
is.
Motley was the leader of the PNM, or Penelope
He would have
Leckins,
it would
they
have been the same
thing.
it would have been the same
So-
thing.
so-
So it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
it's not so
So
much
the- so-
that it's not so
It's
much
not so much
that
that
It's
person.
not-
that
It's
that
the
person
position.
is the position.
Yeah, but
So then why is that so though? Why are the people? That's just the question I'm
Well,
asking.
we don't
Let me
it happens
It's kind of
it happens
paradoxical, because there is an old statement that says a body of people is a lengthened shadow of its leaders. But it's the body of the people who puts the leaders in place.
Right.
So where are we? Betwixt the two.
That's what I'm asking.
Everybody
That's what I'm
is
asking.
looking to believe in something in politics. And the thing
But
is,
boss, you show up at Balize House or you show up at Rienzi with your allegiance fully formed. Has nothing to do with policy. Have nothing to do with ideology.
nothing. You're right.
Nothing.
It's just
I am
it's just-
here. Count me. I'm in the rank and file.
it's just euphoria. I mean, the thing is,
Yeah.
when you look at
So
what
it's the
happens,
same thing about
around,
belonging. It's a
you know,
feeling of belonging.
politics.
It's a feeling of belonging,
You know?
and it's okay. The whole world operates in hierarchies.
Mhm.
Everything operates in a hierarchy. There's something called the Peter Principle.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right. One at the top, and you spread out at the bottom. Right? Everything is a hierarchy. But if you could create a hierarchy outside of the hierarchy, then you could have the.
How are you doing that?
You could do it if you have two different concepts.
but you see, the thing
But if
is,
you have a concept of
But people have to
The
be
thing
willing
is,
to hold
no,
two
the
thoughts
thing
in their
is,
mind.
if you look at the hierarchy of these parties, they engage in something we call groupthink. In
Exactly.
in behavior, groupthink. Sheepish
Yeah,
kind of.
sheepish, yeah.
So if the leader says something and you know that's where the leader going, you a detractor can say what? Everybody, you know that's the wrong
Boss
thing.
man.
Yeah, but the leader
But look
said
at an example here.
Everybody will.
It took a lot of courage to do what he did. To do what he did
Yeah.
in a situation where he would be seen as an interloper.
Mhm.
That's how the people who loved him when he was one step behind her love him. They would do anything for Dr. Fuad Khan.
Peter.
But now he had the
Goal.
temerity and the
It's the
goal.
same concept.
Challenge the leader.
It's the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
concept.
exactly.
That is exactly
How
what's
dare
happening.
he challenge
But
the
we had
leader?
to find a way to break that, right? And I think social media could do that because you see,
Matt, I'm glad you said that, because what I was trying to show, if you followed me, my platform was not attacking the leader.
No, I like
Right.
the proposal. I like the proposal. It's a very sensible
the
proposal.
leader was going to be in charge wholly and solely of the parliament. I didn't want to be part of parliament ever again, but I want to have a strong party. I was trying to show a concept, right? Don King in boxing world doesn't fight in a ring,
Correct.
but he has a lot of fighters.
He's the promoter.
But the fighters in the ring do their job.
Mhm.
And you get a good fighter, he beats everybody, like
Yeah.
Mike Tyson. But Don King is the one who makes it happen.
Yeah.
The party makes it happen.
Yeah, but,
If you don't have a good party,
but you
no,
know absolute power.
No, I know Philip, but I was throwing out this concept, and I wanted to see where it was going to lie. Let me
One
talk-
second. You mentioned Don King. Don King is the promoter extraordinaire. I remember
Exactly.
Don King promoted a fight between two boxers and behind one. So when he find out the next man will, he don't get behind the next man.
But you understand what I'm saying? That's where I come from. The man, the Don King is the better part.
But when an dilemma
No,
attempted that this year.
Exactly.
No,
he was
attempted that
in-
with
no, but let me hear what
You say
Dr. Khan
you say
said.
group think. Let me show you group think. This goes sound real crazy. In any society, 90% of people don't think.
Exactly.
10%
See
of
that all the
people
time.
think.
I see that
And,
all
how,
the time.
and I'll tell you
That's why the
something.
danger is there.
Rowley has mastered the art of talking to the 90% who don't think.
Exactly.
And we have mastered the art of talking to the 10% who think.
Yeah.
So that's
and,
why we get
and that was I call that the COVID. I call that the COVID
But
phenomenon.
you understand what I'm saying?
That's deep.
I call that the COVID
And
phenomenon.
that is
90% of the people
Okay,
just
but I want
wasn't
to say
thinking.
this because I want to use the example of the guy in the Matrix when he say, "I know it's not a steak I eating, but when I put it in my mouth, it tastes like steak."
Yeah.
See him? He want to get plugged back in. I want to come away from the 10%, but it's tiring on the side of the fence.
Because you're talking to the intelligentsia.
But it's tiring on
But
the
you
side
start to
of the
talk
fence.
now, Philip, to the 90%. The 90%
Let me
you're
do
talking what
We
they,
need the rub for.
you're talking what they listen. Okay, while Flower Park thing, you talk to the 90% there.
Okay, but we didn't, and I want to say this because he asked me a question just now. We don't edit what we stand for or talk about, and you could resonate with
Yes.
this based on what we think people are gonna like. I never know,
but no, but, you,
but
I
the
know,
90% showed up.
because,
That's what you're
because
saying.
you talk the language.
Their language.
Look at them fellas and them take away my whole park and all these poor little people.
Right.
That is what the 90%.
Okay, so he asked a question just now, so I guess you're answering his question that it is possible if you have enough policy and commitment to change. I think that is what he is saying, because
well, yes, but the thing is,
you could start to leave. He said build another pyramid. That if you start to leave the established order behind, if people start to get that hit,
If you keep
You know-
failing,
you
if
know-
you keep failing, it has a, suppose next election we fail again. Suppose local government we fail again. Man go start to say, Can was saying it wasn't a bad idea. And you start to get the turning point. You understand?
we saw this video
Yeah.
where they had this open air festival, and it was huge. I mean, like if you sitting down, the stage was a dot. The stage was a dot, but the music loud, right? It's broad daylight. And they were showing you this video, and you could find this on YouTube. And they're teaching you about first adopters and influencers. And this first guy
Early
started
adopter.
and he started to dance.
Yeah.
He
Early
was
adopter.
dancing by himself. And people watching this man like he mad. And then a couple of people stand up and dance too.
Yeah.
And now he's the first adopter.
Yes.
But these
Early
people,
adopters.
early adopters as well. So they come.
That's right.
So when they started dance,
More
people
people
who were
started
interested in their dancing, who wasn't interested in his dancing, jump up and dance with him. Now the people who left on the ground are the ones who looking like they mad. Because everybody
Everybody
danced.
else
Okay,
dancing.
Philip, think of the iPhone. When the iPhone was introduced, I said, "Me, what that? We're going to do that. I have a phone here. I have a telephone on the line." Think about when the cell phone was launched. And it has early adopters, right? And you keep going. And it's called an S curve. It goes flat for it's time versus concentration. It goes here, and then it does
Gradient.
the S curve when everybody started taking. Here is where a lot of people take it. Now we have a bell curve. The bell curve is like this. 10% here.
feel like I'm in
90%
school,
here.
boy.
No. This is what
You gave me a lot of
reality.
I
information.
learned. Philip, when my wife went and did when I was out of government in 2007, my wife went and did law because she fed up. She wanted to study. Let's study. I said, what am I going to do? I went to Arthur Lovejack and signed up for marketing. I did an MSc in marketing, and they teach you all that in there
They teach you that.
about the early adopters, the influencers. And
I
that.
agree with that because
But
look,
that's what
I was
happened.
drink more
Must have a
with
reason
soda.
why Trump win, eh?
I was make
Yeah,
more with
because
soda.
Trump-
Exactly.
Yeah.
He tell the people what they want to hear.
What they want to hear.
Exactly.
And he tell them in a way, in
And
a
so-
language
so-
that they
they
could
could
relate to
understand.
and
So
understand.
let me go to adult
He
politics.
didn't talk over
Before
there.
you go to
You know-
politics, let's talk about the Moby and the soda. Have you ever?
Bobby and milk.
Bobby Fizz? That's not what it's called, Bobby Fizz?
They never
Bobby
catch.
and
They
soda?
never catch. They never catch. But let me tell you,
Alright, go ahead.
I just have a bottle of Moby in my fridge and cold soda waters, and I just pour a little bit of Moby into the glass, and then you just pop the soda and you pour it in. It practically mixes itself. It's the best soft drink you'll ever drink. And I'm telling you, the head of its time, I like that S-curve, Moby and soda water coming. Your turn.
No, but I was a guy who really found that Watson Duke was just a guy who I just couldn't understand. I just couldn't understand. I mean, he was just
When you say
all
I
over
don't
the place.
understand,
At
you
what
don't
stage
understand
of
what
your
he's
life-
saying.
But
You don't understand him.
but listen.
He couldn't understand the appeal.
Come
I
and
went-
talk.
I
You
went-
You
don't
couldn't understand the appeal.
Yes, but I went to Watson Duke's launch at the Hyatt just to see what's happening.
Yeah.
The guy impressed me.
Exactly. What's
He impressed me.
markets like a boss.
And the thing was, what Watson Duke did is his speech in particular resonated with the man who votes.
Because he's talking to them and not
Exactly.
at them.
Yeah? It resonated with the man who votes.
It's the same thing I do one morning.
I will,
So,
It's the same morning.
I'm saying that,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
no, but I want to ask you a question. I'm coming back to you now, but
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Tell me a takeaway that you said that he's speaking their language, right? He's speaking
Well-
what they want to hear. Tell me one of the takeaways that you think was one of the issues that resonated.
Well, I look at the psychology of what Watson Duke was doing. You see, the people who vote want to hear how you will solve the problem
What is it for
from
them?
what is in it
What
from
is it
them
for them?
from a
Yeah, but
real
they have
perspective.
other things. Watson Duke, without whatever money backing him, that allowed him to go in the Hyatt and give away steak and champagne that drew you there, because I was going with you.
No, I didn't go for steak and champagne.
Did you
In fact,
get-
I left before that.
But you
Before
knew
that.
about it because that's what you told me, because I didn't know about it.
Mhm.
It
And
had
you
steak
told
and champagne.
we was going,
Well,
we was going.
It's time for him to relaunch.
And I missed that. Steak and champagne.
It's time for-
Hyatt
to relaunch.
steak and champagne, and not normal steak and champagne. So this is what I said. If it wasn't for that, if Watson had stand up on Independence Square talking the same thing, it wouldn't be as big a crowd. And you're saying, what you say is a fact. But you have to couch it in my comfort zone. You gotta give it to me in a place where I'm receptive
Exactly.
to it. And if I'm in Hyatt with cold breeze and steak and champagne, but I'm receptive to
listen. Let me just say this, right? A lot of people, you all were former ministers and you all were in parliament and things. A lot of people in Trinidad and Tobago don't understand how government operates.
They don't.
Yeah.
So you might see the road in a state and you might blame a minister, but really and truly, the person who you might have to blame is the public servant, because the vote was the permanent second. The vote was passed to fix the road, and it is just about how it is allocated, how it is implemented, that kind of thing.
Well, I think as we have two former ministers,
so you might be blaming the prime minister, but really and truly, the prime minister might be the person to blame.
He is 100% correct. Let me give you an example, a simple example.
You know what you're doing there?
Yeah.
By saying you're 100% correct, that
But that's
coming
it.
back with it there.
That's it.
No, I'll tell you why.
Can you have me that too?
That's it.
Minister of Health getting licks for people waiting too long in the hospitals. When I investigated right down, you know what it was? All the attendants were in one spot in the hospital, right? And when you want an attendant, you had to call that one spot, and whoever feel like coming will come and carry the patient.
Seen that.
So what I did,
First hand.
I took them, I break them up, and I put them in each department, right?
Did it fix it?
Come with that, it started to get fixed. Next thing you know, PSA come and say, them supposed
Wait,
to
that's a different thing. That's an outside influence. I want to see what you did.
I did that, it was working nice.
Until PSA.
And then they went on strike on me. I moved the thing.
Union
I say,
stepping.
okay, that's all you want to work? I take my boys and them from Mount Door, Sunshine, right, who wanted work jobs, and I put them temporary in the system, and their job was to carry patients and attendants, right? You know what happened?
Yes, you signed them up.
No. They work like a charm. Everybody was happy.
Okay, but you had it working like a charm.
Because you break the system.
We talk.
And it's not. And what was happening? He's correct, because the public servants are the one who determine how things work.
But you made 2 points, and I want to just deal with 2 points. I want to deal with 2 points. You made a point where you said the system basically does not work, and if I blame the prime minister, it is wrong because allocations may be made.
Well, the prime minister is the leader.
He said, as a proactive minister, he found the problem and he broke it up. Now, when it was working, when the public service came and they went on strike and all that crap, that doesn't take away from the fact that what you did solved the problem. So while what he said is correct, it is not chronic. It doesn't have to remain that way.
No, it doesn't have to.
It could fix.
It could fix.
That's all I want to add.
The ministry moved down to Rice Road. 3 days after we outfitted the ministry, furniture, everything, we had a bad weather. Half of the roof blew off.
Oh Lord.
Water inside the building. So I arrived on the building and I called the person in charge of maintenance. I said, what's happening? They're trying to get tenders for somebody to come and clean up the water. I said, the price much right there. There are some huge vacuum cleaners. No, but listen to this. No, there's some huge vacuum cleaners for about $200-$300. Go and buy 4, and you and your boys and them vacuum up the water. And no good thing about it, we will have the vacuum cleaners here all the time after that. He said, Minister, that sounds good, that will solve the problem, but that is not the way we could approach this. You have to wait to get a
so the bureaucracy in the system.
You had to get we had to get 3 references, three people to
three tenders.
And you had to wait and all of that.
And what situation like that?
And while that happening, new deaths in water. You understand?
And that's the problem.
Take out some pieces of wood, lifting up
bureaucracy killing us.
Something, and they're like, no, minister, no. So in other words, let the desk and them spoil new furniture.
It's not that. And I want to say to you, and it is not me defending bureaucracy. This is I am the opposite of defending bureaucracy. When he said that the system, you need to understand the system to change it. That situation is no different to when the road came in by the lighthouse. And they gave a contract without waiting to tender. you know there is plenty millions of dollars.
But as emergency work, you're allowed
But
to do
it's
that.
emergency.
It's emergency.
It's emergency room. So you have to have a system
Right.
that allows.
Stop a minute. They went and contracted to some big company that cost them about 15 to 20,000, and the 2 vacuum cleaner was only less than $1,000.
So that emergency system is it the same thing is it the same thing that Jack Warner used to with the 5 million fire truck to pull out the
$7 million fire truck.
It's Central Tenders Water Act, right? Central Tenders Water Act.
We don't get the figures wrong.
It allows you, right?
Where is that
in
fire
emergency to choose where
Was
you
in the
want
museum?
by source electric.
Should be.
Yeah.
It's the most
So you
expensive
could
fire truck
choose,
in history.
you could choose whoever you want. Once somebody has a track record of doing something.
That's the point.
Yeah.
You should have ministerial discretion. There should be somebody, because you appoint somebody. If you are the prime minister, when you appoint Fuad Khan as the minister of health, he's the prime minister of health.
But
I just want to say this.
the minister, correct me if I'm
Boss
wrong,
man.
guys, the minister does not have that authority.
Not 30.
The system is crap.
The permanent secretary has
The permanent
Boss.
secretary has
Permanent
that authority,
secretary.
which is why none of them may get charged yet. No,
Boss.
nothing don't happen.
Yeah,
So
Minister-
if that is
a
true,
minister-
and what he's saying
a
is true.
minister, yeah.
And
A
all,
figurehead.
you see, we will get
A minister just a figurehead.
A minister is just
Because
a
the
figurehead. He
permanent-
don't
right,
have that
exactly.
kind of authority.
Section
Permanent
He
8
is part. He's part of the
Section 85
institution
of the
that
Code.
makes the policies.
Oliver make me
says
talk.
that the permanent secretary, the accounting officer, right, is the one who listens to the minister.
Yeah.
But in
the
practice,
permanent-
it's not
But
so.
the permanent secretary
And
will
that's-
tell you no
So
minister.
you
I wanna ask a
see, the
question.
MPs, the
But you
MPs
ever
make
watch Yes Prime
legislation.
Minister? You watch
Right?
that- you watch
That's
that-
what it-
And
That's it.
cabinet and
So-
the
You ever watch-
everybody is making
Okay,
policies
okay, hold on.
put together.
If-
policies.
just-
Understand how
just-
government
If that is
Yeah, I
okay,
understand how
if
the
that is the
government runs.
process and that's how things is run, okay, who really responsible for life sport? Man, go on, yes. Man, want to go.
You know the nice spot?
Who is responsible for
What
life
company
sport?
in Trinidad and Tobago?
The sport company of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
But you can't charge a company. Listen to
You
me.
can't charge a company.
You ever watch the show Yes Prime Minister? They
Yeah.
were English comedy.
Yeah,
Yes
yeah.
Prime Minister. But I want to ask you a question. You were a member of the House of Representatives, yes?
Yes, I was.
Were you ever a member of the House of
Yeah,
Representatives?
2010 to
Right,
15.
good. So what do you notice? I want to ask this question because I want the viewers to hear this question. Who hearing this depressing piece of information? If the Parliament vote in unison to scrap our constitution and do a new one,
Right.
just that way, could they fix it?
Yes.
Constitutional reform.
If just
If they want to fix
that's
it.
okay.
They want-
Don't
Yes.
put that in. I'm just asking.
They could.
Does the legislature, does the House of Representatives have the power to say this not working? Move that out of the
Gotta make
system.
Yes.
They have the
Yes.
sole. They have the sole power to do that.
So we are still failed by 59 years of a non-functional parliament. yes or no?
Well, yes.
No, the
Well,
Parliament-
yes.
okay.
No,
The
it's politics.
Parliament has the Parliament, to change a constitution, you had to have a special majority.
Majority, yeah.
But together with the opposition. If you have such a tight parliament as you have it now, and
just
have
wouldn't
for a
happen.
while.
Let's not.
No.
But
The parliament has the.
I asked you at the start if the parliament votes in unison. That's what I meant.
All right.
Everybody together.
Okay.
But they just
Let's
want.
pretend like it's section 34.
All of us said yes.
Everybody
Yes,
said
Everybody
yes.
said yes.
But
Everybody
it's,
said yes. Found out after that maybe
No.
Yeah,
that what we
loopholes.
said yes to wasn't the same thing that passed through before.
No.
And all that drama.
Okay, but
We gotta
the
go down
challenge
the line.
is-
I'll just tell you. I'll
the
just-
challenge
let me
is,
tell
and I
you,
want-
let me tell you. You bring it up here.
alright.
Section 34, right? Section 34 was passed by everybody in Parliament. I contributed to it in Parliament. Said it was very good law and it should go that way. You can't have a man languishing for 10 years.
Can't.
And
We still have it.
And we still have it. But what happened, the Section 34 part of it, is how it was, what was the word looking for?
it was implemented.
How it was
quickly.
brought- implemented,
Yeah.
The whole thing was
It was a
implemented.
part
was
of
the
it
indictable
was one
proceedings.
part
It was
of
It was the indictable
But the
So
proceedings.
somebody
Parliament-
cherry pick. Somebody
But
cherry
the
pick a part
Parliament-
of it.
No, but where the bacchanal started
Was
is when the director of public
piece.
prosecution said
Informed.
that he had recommended that certain clauses for
The-
white collar crime should have been amended, Schedule 12 or something like that. This was a whole lot of the Indictable Proceedings Act, and they
And-
just took out one section, Section
And-
34.
But the
And I
Parliament
sent it.
Why?
But they agreed
Just
that
a
that
why?
code
I
would
don't
be
know.
happened.
Why was that? Why was that?
Okay.
Why was that done on Independence Weekend at night over the holidays?
It was put in cabinet. It wasn't Independence Night, that was done. And said that these are the sections are going to be
it was agreed to.
It was a whole set of sections.
Yeah. And then subsequent to that, the other
that was
aspects
part of
was
the
even though
laid in Parliament.
even though it would have done in 2012
around 2012, sir.
what the Privy Council did last
2013, yeah.
week. 2 days ago, the Privy Council did the same thing.
Yes.
The Privy Council do the same thing.
But Philip, it was good law. A man would call for 10
It
years.
is ridiculous. I interviewed the heads of the prison service, and they tell you that there are people in that jail that are there years longer than
That they're supposed
That
to
is supposed to
be.
be.
That
If they had
they were convicted.
full sentence.
Yes.
If you had given the full that you can get,
So then why these people aren't out?
There are people still waiting for bail.
this is who.
Because of the
There are people
system.
still waiting for bail who would, if they were convicted, right?
They're out of the prison
They would
system
be out of
already.
prison already.
So,
their time
and let's look at this.
Wow.
Let's look at this. The DPP under our constitution can enter any matter and vacate it. He did it for the anti-gang
Yeah,
people
yeah,
who were held during the first
Yeah.
state of emergency.
Right.
He did it then. Came in and vacate everybody. So the DPP could vacate it. The Chief Justice could ask for the list of everybody who's there longer than this period. They could have all of them come to court, plead guilty, time served. Everybody gone. The President have the power. The Commissioner of Police could drop all the charges. Plenty of these are charges that have nothing to do with the DPP. Plenty of these is to stick a weed or jumbo buckets and Tifa sneakers. This is all the commissioner. There are 4 high office holders in this country. I asked Gary when he was commissioner. I said, Gary, he said he don't want to make the prime minister look bad. I said, but this is people we're talking about. This is human beings that are in cages. And I keep referring to this as a human rights atrocity. We should really have room for this show.
Yeah, boy.
Philip, when last you visited any of the prisons?
Aye.
Hey, if you visit remand yard, you're
Let
Tell
me
us.
tell you something. No.
But this
Trust
fellow,
me.
the Ramesh Diosaran come out crying.
When I was in the Senate, there was a parliamentary team that visited prisons, all the prisons, except Tobago. And let me tell you something. If you go to remand yard, if you go to Port of Spain, let me tell you something. When you drive in Port of Spain,
What are we not talking about?
people are dwelling underground,
Yeah.
I said, but this is the catacombs.
You cannot do
You're
that.
underground. Where you're parking,
Yeah.
cells are below that.
Below that, yeah.
When you walk down inside there,
I went down in there already.
atmosphere
Boss
is
man,
thickened.
if you know that, Roger,
It's like
you are not
dungeons.
the only.
We brought it
Like
to
a
the
dungeon.
parliament.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, it's a
Like a
dungeon.
dungeon.
Let
We
me
used to
tell you
be
something.
controlled.
But
We had done it.
But I was what? I was.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
The worst
A dungeon.
aspect of this,
The
the
English
worst
channel is a
aspect-
dungeon.
That what it still is.
I learned some things going to visit the prison when we went to the cells. Those guys say, Minister, inside there you have to sleep on a razor,
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean by razor?
Yeah.
He says, you gotta sleep on your side. One person head so, one
It's about
person
12
head
mental
so,
cell.
one person head so.
Boss man, do you know? Do you
About
know,
12
do you
mental
know
cell.
about-
Health man, the last man is right to the gate.
Let me tell
Roger,
you.
I would like.
When we went
Yeah.
when my father had the
Seven.
pest control company, we had get the contract to clean up the prisons for cockroach and rats, right? Palo, see that same part you talking about? We went down in there.
Down in the catacomb.
When we went down in that section that he talking about, when you pull the gate, it's only cockroach on the gate, German cockroach,
And
When you go in the cell, I had a shine a light so quite pitch black. You
one
can't see
little
nothing
window,
inside
one
of it.
little vent like that.
When you shine the light, the whole wall covered with German cockroach,
I want to ask you a
Men sleep in soil.
question. Okay, I want to ask
I'm
you a
telling
question. So I want to ask you a question.
12 men
I want to ask you
cell,
a question.
and everybody have a bucket.
Yeah.
We can't sue the state
Sudden.
for that.
And that is men that wait in trial, eh?
We can't bring an
That's not
action.
that sentence,
We
eh?
can't bring an action. We can't seek constitutional
Class
review,
action.
judicial
No.
review, something. We can't, honestly.
Yeah, horrible.
If this is something that resonates with you, that you speak about it this much, because I speak about this all the time. This is a human
It
rights
is.
atrocity.
It is.
This
It
is
is.
thing
It
people,
is.
countries
It
just
is.
go to war for.
Listen, you see what you're now saying? You ever went down and see it?
No.
If you go down and see it,
I've seen the videos.
trust me, if you go down,
Seeing
you have to
it
go down in
live,
person,
you
partner.
No, I can imagine.
If you go down in person,
Philip,
I guarantee you, what you feeling now, you will feel 120
Okay,
times
so then,
more.
all right. So then I'm saying, right? Just this one thing, and it doesn't have to materialize, but it can come out of this. Somebody needs to get a group of proper lawyers together and sue the state.
Yeah.
Sue the state on their behalf because these people have rights.
But Philip, I am not concerned just about the inmates, you know. The prison officers has to work down there in that dungeon.
Easy.
Watchman. I ask prison officers, I say, so when you leave your shift to go home, what you do? He said, one, we have no place to shower. So they cannot go and shower and wash themselves off and go home. Guys tell me they have to take off the uniform and tie it in a bag because they dare not go in the vehicle with that. You understand? And when they can't put that in the normal washing machine because they have to be so careful. So it's not only the inmates, the prison
Judges in Trinidad get something called judicial contact. When they get them at 9 months, the state pay for and they get a long holiday to clear their mind. We need to do something like that for our prison officers.
I just want to find out from Dr. Khan. You were saying there's some of the constitutional changes, right? You said with the parliament as tight as it is right now at 2219, it with the special majority that needed to make those changes, it'll be very difficult.
It will be difficult.
When the partnership was there, it was 2912.
You could have done it.
You could have done it. It could have been done.
The legislative agenda.
A lot of stuff could have
But
been done.
I'm going to do something.
2912.
Wait, but you see, he could tell you that they tried.
You tried?
Yeah.
You
Section 34 was that.
Yes.
That is what Section
And
34 was.
Prakash Ramada was
I know that.
head of a constitutional reform committee.
Yeah.
Right. That's
Are we waiting?
No, I thought that was really them making a fool of Prakash.
Yeah.
Because it didn't go
But no,
anywhere.
it was there.
It took too long. It didn't need 5 years.
What happened is that in that whole constitutional reform committee, what had to come out of it, which were the terms of reference, 2 terms for a prime minister,
Yes.
and also a couple other things.
But we went into there with that in mind,
Listen,
and
but-
referendum,
but the
and
powers that be
recall.
didn't want that.
Listen, I have
The
always,
powers that
I
we want
remember
to
I
do
said
what
our
it-
two shows ago,
We didn't want that.
in Trinidad and
Wait,
Tobago, we need a reset.
But we need to go back
We
to
need a reset.
September 1st,
Yeah, we need a reset.
And start over.
We need a reset.
With all the special majority, you had 29.
When you say powers that be, who you referring
I'm
to?
not saying.
Don't talk that.
NAR 33 to 3.
Exactly.
Best
majority.
chance.
No, but
Yeah.
more.
And I remember, no. I remember sitting down as a young man watching the thing. I'm happy to work out part of it. And next thing you know, election night, they were interviewing A&R Robinson in Tobago, and that's why I started disliking. And he was so arrogant that night. He said, "I will not touch the Constitution. Don't ask me anything about the Constitution." And the way he came across, I said to myself, I said to myself, "My God,
What did we do? What did we do?
This is what we got to do.
What did we do?
But looking back.
The only thing we rewrite history for him
Yeah.
when he said attack with full force, but Robbie had some things he had to answer for him.
Yeah.
But looking back on it, right?
Uh-huh.
You had 2912. You was part of our administration.
Right,
at
yes.
2912. Looking back at it and looking at the Constitution as today with everything that happened today, what would be the 3 things that you
If you
could say
had that
for sure?
majority, no.
Had a cheat.
If you had that majority, no.
The first thing I would have gone for is proportional representation.
Proportional representation.
So you don't have first past the post, and you, proportional
take it all.
representation would have been a better move for the country itself as one.
Okay.
Right?
Makes a lot of
I would have
sense.
had 2 terms for a prime minister, exactly like the United States.
Mm-hmm.
You can't come back because a prime
For our
minister,
prime minister or for our party.
prime minister, I'll tell you why.
So the Republican Party in America could win every election.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Trump
President
Trump
Yeah.
could go twice.
You only have 2
Twice,
terms.
yeah.
Reason behind that, if you keep going down the road as how Eric Williams went and whoever went, right, you are going to have stagnation, only doing things for votes. You're not doing things for the country.
One
If
kind
you
of
have
ideology that probably
If you have 2
Yeah.
terms alone,
isn't
right,
taking the country anywhere.
you have to
keep
fix
your
Yeah, but
party,
we do have
keep
time
your
to
party there.
accomplish.
That's
Okay,
one.
but
And you
Now,
know,
what was the other thing?
I can't think of the
Is it
third one.
proportional representation?
recall
Two-thirds.
Recall.
would change
Recall.
politics in this country. If you
Recall.
could recall a
You could
parliamentarian.
recall a parliamentarian or any councillor or any.
But if
anything.
you could do that, all of a sudden, then people
But
talking
listen.
about that they
And I
don't
would-
see them MP.
I'll say
Philip,
no,
Philip,
yeah,
Philip,
I would
Philip.
not change it.
You
I
know-
would have changed the laws relating to the public service.
These two gentlemen here have been in office, and I will say this. 90% of the Trinidad do not understand how government
Government
works.
They
Yeah.
don't. They don't.
They just don't.
They don't.
I find that
And
number,
because
I find that number is high.
and listen,
That number is
and-
high.
yes, and even persons who are talking about politics, they
don't
don't
understand.
understand.
I hear
People who
people,
talking,
yeah.
they don't understand.
They don't take the time
What
to
what we
learn.
need, we on the
Civics.
bell. What we need,
some civics.
we
We need some
need
civics.
a reset. We need, some of the
You
politicians
need
that
to
have
be
been in
careful
office
what you're
on
saying
both
there.
sides. So on both sides, if they would only come together and understand what we're talking about here, the things that need to be changed in this country, they too will understand how serious it is. When you talk about people languishing in prison
Brother man.
for something that
That
they could have
conversation-
been out
No,
within
until-
5
That
years.
conversation should
Yeah.
end. The conversation should end right there. That's supposed to be. If
You-
we as a nation don't
If-
understand that it is our vote that have those people there.
Right.
If we don't get that we are responsible for their condition.
When the election bell rings, what happens?
Everything goes to zero.
Everything people forget all
People
of that.
forget everything. Road paving, nice lights, music.
I want to ask you a question, but everybody else can answer. Are there any people in the parliament, anybody, that you think really is a leader?
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask this hour.
No,
Yeah, the
anybody.
speaker.
There's a leader. There's a different
Just
leader
tease him.
dictator.
Yeah.
For
yeah,
real.
yeah, yeah.
What? Look at the quality.
I'm just
Look at
teasing.
the quality.
I mean-
look at the quality of what is. It is
Legit,
getting
bro.
worse every time.
Philip.
But look at the quality on both
All right,
sides. eh?
Philip,
Look
we
at
have a
Philip.
man.
Let me tell you something. Socrates had, in those days,
Uh-huh.
he said, if you have an election, right, and you have two people going for election, one a serious doctor who inflicts pain on you but makes you well, but he inflicts pain, right? And then you have somebody who sells sweets, right? And you give, whenever you go by him, you get sweets to eat and drink. Let me say donuts, sweets. And you have the doctor who, when you go by him, he inflicts pain on you. Okay?
But you get well.
But you get better.
And the sweet's killing you.
Both of them going for elections, right? People will gravitate and
Sweet
put
man.
the sweet person in charge because they like him.
So just make
all
a
of
note,
that-
we
all-
getting into the sweets business.
All of that killing you.
All they
Yeah,
get, yeah.
All of that killing you.
But the other
man,
thing is-
hey,
about
And you
talking
can
about
never the same
leader.
doctor together.
We're talking about the leader. We have a man who was the legal advisor, I think, to the Ministry of Works and Transport in the first term, who now holds the post of Public Utilities Minister, who sit down in our conversations with the Prime Minister and tell the audience and the rest of Trinidad and Tobago that is only when he became Public Utilities Minister that he realized that when a pipe have a leak, the leak does cause the pressure to drop and people cannot get water because the pipe going
It's only when he
water to
became
go up.
minister. It's only when he became minister.
Only when he became minister he realized that a leak does cause the pressure to go down.
I have a better one.
He
I have
never
better
had a
one. I have
home
a
in
better
the
one.
yard yet.
Be that.
I wish I could get the film. I would share it regular.
Beat that.
Fitzgerald Hines talking to him.
Oh gosh.
When he went to Fitzgerald
Yes,
Hines.
if Fitzgerald Hines, yeah,
You know you lost already.
Yeah, I
When
lost
he
already.
tell her he was like a child Christmas
lost already.
morning when he was talking about when he was in London, and every time he turned on the tap there was water. It's like it was a surprise, and he couldn't believe that every time the man was so demonstrative and excited. You could see the sparkle in his eyes. That there was water in the tap
Who
every
is the
time.
dumbest politician in our country right now?
But for now, you can let Mr. Hines hold that. They want that title.
Job or useless?
No, but look, the man. You are a police commissioner who went up Rich Plain and declared war with zero, but with zero information. That today we find out he was totally wrong.
He was
Misguided.
misled by the
He missed the
officers.
target
Misguided, I like that word. I prefer that word. He was misguided.
He was misguided,
He was
misled. He was
misled. I think they should fire him and all who misled him.
But he's
Because
not. He's not man in charge.
including the minister national
But
security.
but that is the man that's supposed to be calling for this today. If
Yeah.
you lost confidence in Gary, and I don't defend Gary here, but if you lost confidence in Gary for Old Talk and Bayside, you have a commissioner of police that unleash the police on Rich Plain, kick down mosque door and all kind of
Yeah,
things.
they went into the
People
people's
could have
mosque,
said,
yeah.
if the public didn't stand up and say, hey, we're not siding with this fellow who could be a criminal and could be a killer, but let me get some due process now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get some due process.
But now that it come out, that,
Ah,
that
due process
now that it,
is-
that it come out that the officers misled and however they want to term it, right? The people in the community that was
Terrorized.
that the police
Terrorized.
terrorized during that exercise.
They deserve some money.
But how you mean?
Give them some
Second
money.
compensation?
Wait. You know what I'm not accepting with this misled nonsense? Even if they lie to you, you using your common sense, saying we have to get the truth before, you gone down there and declare war.
Yeah.
You declare war with misinformation, that worse.
He take the officer's word
No, but that worse. If you think
And the
about
story
it,
for
if you think about it,
for the truth.
that is even worse.
You didn't second
That
guess it.
people could sell you a bag of goods and you go on with that.
All right, Gary. I mean, I've got it right. Get it? Don't Gary. What I'm saying, when you have attrition upper ranks by seniority and not meritocracy, which happens in the police service, that is what you get. However, Gary Griffith was a person. I remember Gary. I know Gary. Gary was a person who came out of the army, private sector, whatever it is, security system, and was changing the dynamics of the
He had
civil
something to
service.
prove.
Yeah.
Not to only prove, he had the intelligence to do it.
Yes,
And
yes,
very well qualified
yes,
to do it.
yes,
Qualified
yes.
to do it.
Very well
But you don't know
qualified.
that about McDonald Jacob.
Very
I mean, you
qualified.
look at everybody on paper.
I am just talking about Gary, about the intelligence he had to do it, right? And the thing about it, when you come up the ranks with by here am I, give me a promotion now. I remember as MP for the last 25 years. Anytime there's promotion in police service, I would get a whole set of people. Boy, I want a promotion of the give me a letter now. And you have to ask yourself, how does the police system and how the system go promotion up inside? You get the product, what you bring up, seniority.
Exactly.
If
Remember
you
the
have-
man?
If you have meritocracy and somebody has amount of charges, amount of this, amount of that. There was a guy I remember long ago, he was an extremely good policeman in Santa Cruz. Never could go nowhere. But he was the best thing. When I was a DMO, he was the best thing inside there. He's never got promoted. I couldn't figure out why. But how the attrition goes up, who you know, how you know, who you interview, them kind of
Yeah, remember some
but-
meritocracy
but-
when I ended up with Johnny Abraham as a commissioner a long
But-
time ago.
but
Remember
it's-
Exactly. But what I'm saying, Gary Griffith changed the system where somebody from outside came in as contract, right?
Mhm.
Now they have passed a law, like what they did
Can't
to
have-
Minchell.
and
They
now
did to
it's-
Minchell. Remember Minchell with Tantan and Sagaboy?
Mm.
How beautiful it was in the Savannah. They made a law stating that a mascot could only so high and so much and so more. They've now passed a law where you could never get a Gary Griffith coming into the
Never.
police service.
Can't.
You can't
So
get-
you're not going to get no Iwaski and
No,
all.
he can't.
He can't
No,
reapply.
no,
That's
no,
the
no, no.
beauty of writing
I saw-
a law.
There was
Mm.
a little article about that Gary should reapply. Even
I
though
see, I
I
think
saw that
Tim
on Facebook.
Sunshine-
I
Sunshine-
see that on
Sunshine,
Facebook.
but
I see that
can
on
he
social
reapply?
media
They
too.
change the system so that is not going to happen.
Okay, but the beauty of writing a law is that you can write a new law. Everything is a law.
It's not a law, it's a policy.
But if it was Gary Griffith, you'd have reapplied.
Yeah.
I would.
I would keep
Drop
showing.
salt in the wound.
I would keep showing that this is political spite and not leadership.
Yes.
Even if they're going to refuse you, I would keep showing. Because Gary is supported extensively. Even people who don't like Gary as commissioner of police because
Yeah.
you sleep better at night.
Philip, if we reapply, what I'm saying to you,
That's, yeah. We're going on with NTA.
we're going to NTA if you reapply.
Nicole go on it.
I'm just asking, you know.
I have no information. And I am the one that Gary will call and cuss on the phone.
Oh, gosh.
I am
Gary
the
go
one.
cuss all of you.
No, it
Gary
must be.
Gary go see the good on my phone right
The
now.
question arises because I know, I mean, NTA is a political move now, and you know, so how the two.
Listen, he
I
was
have
badly advised.
absolutely no
If
idea.
anybody was badly advised and misspent their potential politically, it is Gary Griffith.
Why is it that?
Because they tried to do too much too fast, believing that I don't know what they were believing. I don't know if they believed They have a politician who keep telling people she coming to Trinidad in 3 weeks. Like they believe 1 million people will come to the airport and pick you up on their shoulders and bring you into Port of Spain and make you Prime Minister. No, come
That
on.
is that deputy political leader of our
I
party.
apologize, but no, but seriously, what did you think was going to happen when they launched NTA? Everybody come out of the house? I can tell you as somebody who here, I talking third party business too long, but standing up outside here and billing and working on this every single day. You all know. Real politics is a verb. It is work.
It is plenty work.
It is plenty work.
And money.
Billing the Congress and the people don't understand. People don't understand. But Gary was there, and I don't know what they was telling him because that's your partners and them with the treasure chest of money.
You know about that's what treasure chest of money?
I don't know who you're talking about.
What's that?
You know about that treasure chest of money,
I
right?
don't know who you're talking about.
What's in there?
Is that a spineless?
What's in there?
What?
But seriously, this is what irks me. That there are so many good people with good hearts in this country, and that will never rise to the top.
It won't rise.
Yeah.
The system disallows it.
Yeah.
People who really care about country.
Because the people who normally get the job are not necessarily right people for the job.
Exactly, all the time. Even most of the people who sit on the board and, you know.
Crime pays
Crime
in
pays
Trinidad,
in
yes or no?
Trinidad.
Well, crime pays all over the world.
Crime pays in Trinidad, you're in Trinidad, don't duck the question. You're in Trinidad. Crime pays in Trinidad. I have documents. I don't want to follow this so close to crime, but I have documents from the Ministry of Agriculture that none of the 18 signs in Wildflower Park legal. I have put that in the public space.
Have the signs been taken down?
The Commissioner of Police is aware. The head of the Horticultural Services Division of the Ministry of Agriculture is aware, whose office is across the road. Because they had to provide the information, the permanent secretary, to answer in the first place. And the signs are still there. So now we know the signs are illegal and they're still there.
But I see already
Now we know that the warning, pesticides to kill you, is nonsense. Because we have all of the names of all the pesticides that they use in the schedule and who's authorized. So we know it's all foolish talk. They are still there.
So the question is, what next?
When we were at Paria, what was driving me mad was that there were people in the pipe. We weren't doing
And they locked it
anything.
up.
Yeah.
Philip,
We weren't doing anything.
it's not a lot of people go down and do either.
That's that when you really think of that,
That
man.
was really atrocity.
If people really sit down and think about that,
Yeah,
you
that
just
was
think
an
about that for a
atrocity.
second, eh?
Mhm.
If
You
ever
are men trapping up.
You remember
Underwater.
you
They
remember
come
the
out.
schoolboys.
And everybody
You
above
remember-
and with
just I just want to say this one thing, and you're giving me this too small boy.
Just waiting
You see how
to
you just
hear
phrased
that they
that?
died.
You see how he just phrased this here? It was. Because when Boudran came out, he told them
Yes.
the next man right behind me.
Man right there.
Right behind.
So it wasn't speculation.
No.
You were supposed to strap a man and send him down that pipe one time.
And those guys wanted to go back in
Give me
there.
a schoolboy story.
Remember the schoolboys is Thailand or somewhere there? I can't remember.
Yes. When they were lost, when the water came.
And they had to come back again.
Yeah.
And then he mined people in Chile.
In Chile. When they had to
Look what they had to
specially
do.
invent.
So what the hell?
We could have done it.
Our problem is
And what you know what get me
we
vexed with
don't
this one?
critically think
Get me
it's
vexed
not
with
at
this one,
all.
Philip. They went and they sealed the pipe.
Yeah, they
Just
seal it
suppose
on
a
top of
man-
that, they
That
seal
is
it.
Just suppose a man get the strength
To climb up to the top.
Climb up.
Shout
Oh
there.
my God, you
Can't
kill him.
And you
You lock them
You
inside
kill him.
there.
But you kill him.
You could understand that feeling.
Listen, the feeling that Trinidadians have to have from Paria, all this commission inquiry and all of that,
No bullshit. You
Very
know.
rubbish.
what you
Nonsense.
have to know is all of the systems that you think that will come to right to your rescue don't exist.
Don't
The
exist.
opposite,
They
the
don't come.
opposite exists. You in a pipe where you know that a man just leave the pipe
And
with
to
information
get
that you are here
Right there.
and you are alive.
And
And
you
they
waited
seal the
And they
pipe.
seal
for
the pipe.
36 hours. They say, I mean,
But Philip, we're living in a land where even there's a commission of inquiry, it's a men could say, I ain't coming in.
Yeah, you're not obligated to.
Yeah,
That is the nonsense of
And
it.
even if
And
we
you
come,
have $2,000.
your charge for not attending
That's
is
right.
$2,000.
yeah,
That happened.
but even
So
if
this commission of inquiry is a way to evade responsibility.
Exactly.
Somebody should be charged for manslaughter
When the report
and
from
depraved
Paria.
indifference for human
because
life.
even when
report
it
from
is
Paria.
finished, Nothing happens anyway.
Nothing comes out of it.
Have no
Nothing
report. You can't tell
It's
me
like-
that something like that happened.
They let anything get stale.
And we don't have, you don't have no report.
He just talk about Chile and he just talk about Cambodia. I want to tell you something. A man, 108 years old, just get jail for his role
The war crimes.
in war
War
crimes.
crimes.
Jail him. So it's 108.
Wait, get you?
The jail.
Spend your last days.
The world makes sense. Trinidad doesn't.
It doesn't.
Trinidad doesn't make
You know,
sense.
I know that there's a Dr. Seuss book and a picture as well. It sounds crazy, eh? It's called Horton Hears a Who. Horton was an elephant and he was hearing this noise. And when you check on top of a flower, the little petal of the flower, right? There was a whole colony on top of the petal of the flower called the Who's. WHO apostrophe S. And Horton heard them and eventually was listening. Trinidad is the Who. The world is where Horton was. We feel our world is our world. We alone are the world. And if you look, it's a deep comic and a deep
Well,
thing.
let me tell you something. 128,500 people physically signed a petition asking the government to change the way you get license plates on vehicles so that
Right.
people can't just change their age
Yes.
and kidnap your daughter and
Yeah.
take she up in Haribo. Right? They asked for pepper spray. They asked for
Regulating the pH.
the pH system.
Yeah.
The pH taxi is willing to be regulated. Most
That
of
was
them
Jack
can't
David?
get a.
No, I want to come to something there. When I went out of ministry, we had a police meeting.
Yeah.
I stood up in the police meeting and they had all the big fellows with brass something on their shoulders,
Mm.
and I told them, let us register each PH person in the police station closest to them.
Mhm.
You give them a
That's a
sticker.
good idea.
You give them a sticker like a bus pass,
Yeah.
and you have their picture in it, and they must put it on the car
Yeah.
at all times.
Mhm.
Police could charge you if you don't. And if somebody goes into the car, if you're running a PH, the person going into the car, woman or whoever it is allowed to take a picture of the driver and
That's
send
right.
it to a friend.
Oh, you have a barcode?
Have a barcode.
No, or send it to a friend.
QR code, he talking
QR code, yeah.
technology.
Yeah.
And send it to a
That
friend.
exists.
Yeah,
Hear
that
what the
exists.
man
I want you, you know how
No, let me come to it. I couldn't believe it. The senior police officers tell me, PH is illegal, what are you talking here? I said there's something called Uber in the States.
we
That's
black
right.
Uber.
You know?
No, I said there's some. This was before Uber came. I said there was something called Uber in the States. We could use the same system.
Yeah.
And people
Yeah.
could call it. He said, "Boy, what's wrong with
No,
you?
no, but
Police
it's
is
a good
illegal."
idea, but
And
you-
what? I said, "What? How many people have you held for bribing PH?"
Yeah.
And the
None.
challenge is, you see what you say
You
there?
hear that?
That
police-
is symptomatic.
Stephen,
That's
Stephen,
like,
but we hear the last part he say, the police that insisted that they can't work with the PH because they're illegal,
Yeah.
never charge
They never
nobody.
charge nobody.
and that's
In
the
fact,
problem.
I
That's the
think
problem
there's
you
a-
have here.
Because the
There's a
Uber
question in
system-
Parliament when
Nobody's thinking.
I brought Rohan Sananan, Ministry of Works and Transport.
And the people you
And the
think
question
who
was
are in
this.
office, who should be thinking,
Are PH drivers in this country
they're
illegal?
unable to think.
He said no. I said, how many have been charged? He can't answer. I said, so why do you not register
Regulate
the
them.
PH drivers as the same system I was talking about?
Yeah.
I was in opposition. He said PH is illegal.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. A situation occurred when I was MP.
But just somebody just now ask people who don't understand government branch and don't understand what the parliament is for. The
But
parliament
yeah,
can write
Exactly.
into legality.
No, but he's correct.
Exactly.
No,
But the
Rohan said-
parliament can write.
Rohan was correct in what he said. What I'm saying to the answers why we can't go anywhere is because of the system and the systematic. You want to tell me that the police can, by policy, and ask Gary if I can put a policy in place to do that. Same way you say they could do things with the for them.
Well, no, but I just want to say this to you, right? What they're going to say is that certain decisions that you make are going to affect things like the insurance in the vehicle, and if they get in an accident, liability, and the person in the car, and all of that.
All that
So
could
you
fix.
have to-
All that could
that
No,
could
it
fix.
could fix.
Them
It
things
cannot
could
fix
fix
at the
easy.
level of the police station.
Well,
But
no,
you
no,
could fix.
but you
You
can
could
start
fix.
it.
But
You
you
can
could
start
start the
Let me
process.
look at something on the North Coast. I was MP. One bus in the morning, one in the evening.
Remember that.
Okay? But people are traversing all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So you have white buses, maxi buses.
Fill in the
their
space.
bus,
Fill in the space.
So they came to me and I said, look, we want to be regularized. Okay? I went to the authorities. I went to Ministry of Transport and everything. And let me tell you something. They couldn't come up with a solution.
Wow.
to regularize these people who are working all day from George Street to Maracas.
That's
Let me
And listen to this. But they get a ticket. So when they pull up on George Street, ticket. In Marval, Saddle Road, when they're swinging off to go up, police on Santa Cruz, ticket. I had to go to the senior superintendent. How you expect
And now
people to go home?
And now demerits.
Now it's demerit, yeah.
So you get enough ticket and you can't drive.
But the issue
And
is
without that, people can't get home.
so the thing is that the people that work in these routes, right, as PH, they don't mind being regularized.
They
want-
want to be
The
regular.
problem is
want
not
to
them
be-
fighting
We
They
had
want to be
to
regularized.
become part
They
of a
want
proper
to be-
system.
they want to be-
We actually had an interview before the lockdown
Mhm.
with the head of the PH and the head of the taxi association, and they were
They
willing
want
to
to be
work
regularized.
together.
Yeah, they want to be
And the
regularized.
problem you're
They
telling
wanted
me,
to work
so hold
together.
on. You're telling me the problem is not the PH drivers.
No.
The problem is
system.
the system
That's
cannot
the biggest
find a
problem.
Guys,
solution.
Yeah, that's the
hear
biggest
me
problem.
out.
Apathy.
You know the problem in Trinidad and Tobago, as a management expert, the problem in Trinidad and Tobago is one, the people who are paid to think, they are unable to think.
The advisors.
And the other thing is that
Midnight defense.
Could I
exactly.
timestamp that, because I want to share that the people who are paid to think unable to think.
Unable to think.
Correct.
The problem is, if we are 1.3 million or 4 million people in Trinidad and Tobago,
About, yeah.
I always say we have companies in this world with more employees than
Than
we
this
have
country,
citizens.
yeah.
And they have systems, they call them HRIS system, where they know everything. They know everything about those employees at any part of the world where they are, how much they are paid, everything. We could simply digitize this economy. Digitize everything. We work in silos with everything. I mean,
Nothing is
it
interactive.
really, the
nothing.
kind of money we have in this
You mind if I
country.
tell you why? You mind if I tell you why?
But
If it's digitalized and computerized,
You can't hear.
can't do it.
And I'm waiting for you to stop talking.
But Trini will find a way.
You
But
think-
I must say,
Trini
I
will
just
find a
want to-
way.
I want to tell you this. I would like you to include this in the timestamp. You think that they can't think. They are paid to
Not to
think
think.
contrary,
To what
so
you think.
so that when we were talking before the show starts, if Trinidad really captured, held, treated, and distributed the water that falls from the sky for free,
Boy.
$500 million in desalination wouldn't get paid. If we did that, you know, water tank can sell, water pump can sell, bottled
That's
water
right.
can sell
That's right.
hundreds of millions of dollars in truck water, because they tell you all water for free, but people paying $600 for a truckload of water.
Yes.
And you call Wassa for your truckload of water, your tank empty, and they tell you you're down for Wednesday, today's Monday, and you have everything in the house stink and the toilets can't flush. You call in people and pay the $600 because your family had to. You understand what I'm saying?
Because crime pays in Trinidad.
No,
It's
but
a
Philip,
crime that
Philip,
people
how long
should
you trying
now
to
watch
how long you trying to computerize the license office? Ask yourself.
We reached
Hold on,
there
hold on.
yet?
Hold on.
The new license office was built for that.
What about
To
what
be the-
about
to be the-
what about the RFID devices on the
On the license
on
plate.
You understand?
Yeah, we talking that
You
for years.
understand? Simple.
but
You
I must
drive
say
down.
though-
You drive down
Yeah,
the
talking about
in
this.
Miami anyway.
but Philip, I must
Everything
say,
is.
they've done some work on the inspection bays. When you go to inspect your vehicle now,
Mhm.
a private inspection bay, the system has changed. When you drive in and they check everything, before you leave, they have a camera on like a laptop that they come and snap your vehicle with a sticker, and that is sent immediately to licensing office.
Yeah.
So if you fail the inspection at that local inspection bay, you cannot go anywhere else.
Okay.
It will pop up.
It will pop up.
Your number, everything will pop up that you failed inspection. So
But
and so.
again, even so,
That's one thing
but that is
I
a
recognize.
revenue
That was
generator,
nice. That was
and they
nice.
could have
Those things are fundraisers.
Yeah,
So
that
everything that generates,
fundraisers.
but look at
But
this.
that wasn't bad.
Look at this.
That wasn't
look at
bad.
this. Look at
That's
this. The
good.
plastic container bill
Yes.
that exists passed in the parliament, just waiting to be assented. Trinidad and Tobago doesn't
But
understand.
what about the recycling?
But exactly, bring all of that together. Trinidad doesn't understand that this. If you put a 25 cents refund on this,
You get back your money.
people will drop the height of the dump by about
Yes,
15 feet
100%.
in plastic bottles.
100%.
All the people who are unemployable, all the indigent, all the
They will go for this.
they will go and pick this up.
But Philip,
You will start yourself a business. You will be able to buy a van and a truck, because look at how very busy. They
What
are
should- in the
recycling
last-
metal. You try to tell me
Philip,
that man at 25
in the
cents a
last,
bottle.
the last part of our when we are in office, we had systems in CPEP that were going to do exactly
That's
that.
right. That's right.
The van, people were buying vans and whatever it is to pick up bottles in the country.
Yeah, it would be a
But
collection.
it didn't go through because we came out of office.
Or they come out of office.
But it wasn't it Rowley who said that if the nothing wrong with the rich getting richer
But
because
it's
they
So we have to encourage the rich to get richer so
I-
the poor can get
I-
jobs.
That is
I agree with that.
trickle down economics.
Yeah.
The economy.
But-
Yeah.
That is
But-
all right.
but-
That is
but-
okay, but it can't be
But then the next
exclusive.
problem. Then the next problem.
He didn't make
And,
a lot.
and Dr. Khan now say, you had a plan in place, unfortunately it didn't go through as it relates to
Yeah.
because all they come out of.
No continuity.
That's a no continuity.
All right, Stefan.
None.
Stefan, let me throw something out. now.
It's like, that is their
I think you
idea.
know
We
what
don't
it's
want
like.
that. They will get to, you know?
I wanted to get the records in the hospital in sync with the people and then start a national health insurance system and put in the foundation.
Right.
The only way I could have done that is say, wait, people have to be registered, right?
Yes.
I had the whole CDAP constituency, right? And I said, there's 300,000 people there. So what I did, I started the health card on CDAP.
Okay.
And the health card was working nice because
Yes.
anywhere you go in the hospital,
Yes.
anywhere you go in the country,
It was working.
when you scan the credit card, they say, hey, but you get drugs already.
Yes.
You can't get no more. Through every single pharmacy, 275 pharmacies. From that was going to be the HIV drugs and the,
That's
and,
right.
and the cancer drugs, with the teeth and left, right, and
That's
center
right.
in this place. From that was going to be lab work. From that was going to be doctor office. And then when you go to the hospital, you skate your card and all your system, you only need medical record.
All the information. and
Right. As soon as they went into office, they stopped it.
But
Wow.
so okay. Let me piggyback on that. You were dealing with health, and at one time in the office of the Prime Minister, I was responsible for dealing with the HIV situation in Trinidad.
So depressed.
So
Yeah.
here what happened? We were piggybacking on.
You need wrong intro.
Watch me, we were piggybacking on Ministry of Health situation for
Uh-huh.
HIV. So what we were doing, UE came up with a system, computerized system, for us to be able to map Trinidad and Tobago when HIV was a real
Yeah, I
issue.
know that, yeah.
They created
It's
a
still
software.
making-
And let me tell you something. What we were doing, piggybacking on them, we were going to employ OJTs into the system. And OJTs would use people's ID card as a reference number. Okay? Now, this is a separate situation because we recognize that if you live in Rich Plain, you go in San Fernando for a test. You may prove positive in South. And South shows up as a, whoa, to have 20 people just test positive in South, but 3/4 of those people live in
X-Place.
East, all over the place. But your ID card will map you out. It will give you an idea where the person lives, that kind of situation. And all
So
of that.
regardless of where you test positive,
Yes.
you will come up
You
in
can
your
just-
where you live
So
in,
yeah,
yeah.
now,
Demographic.
Yeah.
watch my, everything was set in place to implement that. Government change. I was
But he
speaking
just
to
said-
people. Everything
But he
crashed.
just said, and it's an important issue.
Everything
But he
crashed.
just said it is an important issue. That is the reason we have permanent secretaries. We're supposed to have
Everything
continuity.
No, if
Everything goes.
no. You go into government and you move, leave government, next government comes in. Permanent secretary will
We
say,
bounce up the same permanent secretary.
no.
No,
Permanent
no.
secretary will bring all the dossiers
Yeah,
to the minister. It happened to me.
they don't want that.
It happened to me when I went to as a minister. They brought all the dossiers of what programs are going on and that kind of thing, and you could determine what you want to do as a minister. You could determine.
Hey, to tell,
And
But I
then-
just want to say,
and
but
then-
you know why they wasn't picking is because certain people, when you read a file, you realize this whole project set up because it's a contract for Charlie and Freddie and Mary.
Or
whose finances-
it's at a stage where I can't make no money again.
watch me. Let me tell you something. Everything crime pays. And crime shows
Especially
itself in so
Trinidad.
many different forms. When I took office, HIV was a big thing. You had all kind of advocacy going.
Right.
So I decided, something, we need to understand who is doing what, where, why, where, and how. So I wrote letters to every organization, NGO who is dealing with HIV to please come and re-register with the Office of the Prime Minister so we can keep a check on you, what you're doing. Because we found that on the same street, you have 10 advocacy groups doing things for people on the same streets. And when you check people don't know nothing about that. You have 4 advocacy groups
overlap and no,
with the same address. out of the same address.
Yeah.
And when you check, the address is a cow pen. And so, and when
But
we
we're
check,
not talking about Marlin McDonald.
no.
No,
When
we ain't
check
talking about
all
that.
of those
What is
things,
the fella named Curry?
and we ask people to come and register themselves and bring their documents to the office of the Prime Minister. Let me tell you something. The 3,000-4,500 boils down to less than 100. You know?
Boss man, I read something.
People tell me that since they got HIV, their life escalated, you know. Because you had people accessing grants from abroad and yeah, because
Is that
they
lucrative,
form a little
No, it's
a
very
little NGO and
Buy
travel
money
and
that I don't
watch
want.
me.
No,
Buy money that I don't
was
want.
a
you know what?
You think
lucrative
HIV is
business.
a pain?
No.
HIV is a payday?
It's not
That
HIV.
was a
people.
lucrative
No, but not
business.
HIV. Is the
Advocacy.
Oh, okay.
Advocacy.
But I want to tell you, I read something in the
Seriously?
papers.
What?
Paula Gopi School, you read that in the papers?
Are you in the wrong business?
Paula Gopi School in the papers yesterday said that we will have a law for the licensing of children's home March next year. And the first question I ask is, why would it take almost a year to write a law?
It does take a long time.
But the second question that dawned on me was, 59 years? We have nothing in place? 59
We
years?
still have 3 dams.
Oh, Lord.
Let me tell you
Oh,
something.
yes.
Let
We
me
was talking that, yeah, we was talking that before we
Parliament,
went, yeah.
Parliament is called once a week to a whatever house. And they go on recess for like a long time.
Yeah.
And sometimes, so
July
that
till-
1 week, right? Sometimes you do one bill, or half a bill, or a quarter of a bill, because it's adjourned to another time.
Yeah.
So you could end up doing a month of Parliament and not even pass a bill yet.
And then you have white paper, yeah.
But I want to ask this question. We could change that. We
And
could separate the legislature from the executive. We could say members of parliament are only business with your constituency and with passing law. So that we will sit 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, you be in your constituency and we will clear up the people's business. That could be done.
It could be done.
Anybody here know constitutional what the role of MPs? What does the Constitution say?
In Trinidad and Tobago,
Yeah, what the Constitution says.
it doesn't
What does the
define.
Constitution
I don't
say?
know.
It doesn't define what the
It
role of
does
a
not define
It doesn't define. And
It
you have to,
defines
and
what local government and all
even if you go and look
Not an
in
MP.
representation of the People's Act, you're not finding what a member of parliament is. Members of
what he's
parliament
responsible for.
don't know what their job
He's
is.
supposed to sit in the parliament and pass legislation.
But he's a legislator.
Yeah, he's
That is the
Yeah,
majority.
he's a legislator.
But he is also the chief representative of his constituency.
But let's ask a question. Let's be big and ask questions. You have a copy of the Constitution?
I
You have a copy of the
I do.
Constitution?
I have an
Let me
electronic
tell you,
copy.
The average citizen
Don't read it.
don't know what the Constitution says.
I mean,
You
As a
said
matter of
that-
fact,
you
we
said that
don't
a few
even
weeks ago.
teach it at our secondary school
don't
level.
teach it in school.
We're supposed to have that as
That
part of
and I
school.
said 2 weeks ago on that same point, I said the same thing, and I said that is why people put up with the amount of nonsense that
We don't have
they
civics
put up
in,
with.
we don't have civics in school
from-
again.
not
And
only
Dr.
that,
Khan,
from
If you
politicians.
have to become a citizen
You
we
read
don't
of
have
the United
civics.
States,
Yeah.
Civics.
you have to go
We don't have
to
that
school
again.
now.
Yeah,
You have to-
yeah,
you have
yeah,
to-
yeah, but
What
they
in
know-
the-
I mentioned
yeah, but
that
they-
too.
yeah, but
What-
they
what-
know-
what-
they
watch
know
out.
more than the actual citizens. But what I said,
Right.
when you was in school, you remember when they gave the red kidney bean and the piece of toilet paper, it was wet and it was
Yeah,
wet.
yeah.
How
Yes.
come we didn't learn how to plant it after that and
No,
make
no,
a
no, we
tree?
throw it away.
How come we
We
didn't?
throw it away.
We throw it away.
And it-
Oh, it's
from
proud.
up, you know.
Yeah.
You feel good. It's proud.
But if a man wants to be a citizen of Trinidad
Boss,
and Tobago, now he
asking-
applies. He do have to know
But asking that question, if we're teaching children things in school and telling them mad, because people saying are looking forward to trigonometry season. They use the trigonometry that I learned in school. How come we didn't teach them how to plant this red kidney bean that your mates proud? How come the school doesn't
They
have
have a
a garden that children...
We had a guy.
Remember for it?
When I went to school in
We had
San Juan, we had a guy.
an outside garden. We had to do gardening.
But
Everybody has to do
you
it.
should be
remember
part
4-H?
of every school. People should be taught basic things. I'm not lying.
To live.
Teach people how to start a fire.
Yeah.
So why
How to
don't we?
start a fire.
So why?
First time you start a fire, did you know how to start a fire?
Philip, what about teaching young people finance?
Exactly.
Hey.
Budgeting.
Insurance, mortgaging, learn how to, why not teach them how to entrepreneurship from start? Brian Lara became the best batsman in the world. You know why? He was talented and he started at the age of 4. His father used to drive him down to Harvard, right? And when he got older, he stayed by different people, Willie Rodriguez and him. But Brian started at the age of 4 to learn to bat. if we start our children
But
at the age
Fuad,
of
But boss
But
man, I
Fuad-
watched Peter Minchell in an interview
Yeah.
where he was talking this, and they had I remember, boy, this was years ago. They had this panel, and this panel talked so much sense in this panel. I said, but Trinidad is not a lost cause
No, it-
because Peter Minchell was talking. Why we not teaching things like dance in
Yes.
school?
Yes.
We have Trinidad and Tobago have this misconstrued version of what a human being is, our education system. When you send children through it, and I say the best thing that happened to us is with COVID.
It's just
Since then I was-
it's just
No, don't worry, go
machines.
ahead, man.
was bigging it up.
Yeah.
Was that we get a lockdown?
Let them know.
Let them know.
Let them know. Yeah. Let them. No, but do we?
But
Okay.
we got the lockdown, and you know what the lockdown did? The lockdown gave us a small chance to reset how we do.
Yeah, but did we?
We didn't. We didn't.
We did.
Nah.
Look at how they're fighting to get businesses back in offices. Plenty people have learned that they could operate from home, that we could.
It's
Yeah,
more
but
economical
yeah,
for
but-
business.
But we didn't reset. I'll tell you why we didn't reset. We didn't reset
our
because
thinking.
a large portion of children didn't have access
To computers.
to computer,
yeah.
Wi-Fi. Because remember they cut.
And that
First
was
thing-
one of the things he got. You
The
see,
first thing this administration do was remove laptops.
They would probably just
The laptop program. They killed that
They
dead.
didn't have.
Right?
laptops,
No, but I
nobody got
disagree,
tablets.
So,
I
Internet
disagree.
should have
I
been
think
free in certain
the
communities.
major
Oh, so since
problem,
2022, and we don't have island-wide Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
It's not.
Philip,
Yeah.
the major issue was that our education system was not geared towards that kind of distant learning institution.
Our
I'll tell you what
education,
happened.
our education system, our education system.
No, no. So hear what happened.
Our education system is not even get the critical thinking.
Let me tell you something.
Oh.
I am sitting down home
He's saying that
watching
politely.
my grandchild sitting down in front of the computer. Class going on. Next screen open. 2 screens open. Teacher feeling they paying attention. She playing games with her.
Exactly.
Next screen open. And not only that, the attention. Remember, we are part of a system where we grew up in in-house school.
Right.
To focus on the outside of that by yourself is a different situation. Even as an adult, I mean, I did degree programs where at home, you studying on your own.
You know, this is
listen.
why
That's
I
hard, you know.
like in the Norwegian system,
I-
the Singapore system, and the
I remember
Korean
that.
system.
Finland have the highest standard of
highest,
education
and the
in the
Finland
world.
system.
And that is, they don't have
highest.
homework.
This
They don't separate
Exactly.
children. They don't
I
separate
remember
children.
asking.
People go to school in their area.
Several
When
So
my-
they have no
online classes.
They don't
prestige
have
school and all that kind of
Nine hundred and
stuff.
seven-
My little daughter.
It-
My little daughter, she was
They bored.
she was get O
Yeah,
levels,
yeah,
right?
they're bored.
In problem.
To sit down in
I
front
said, you
of
know
that screen
something?
is terrible
Let me try a
concentration.
different system. And I took her and I said, okay, you're going down to the American school ISPS instead of doing A levels. When I looked at the American system that she spent 2 years in, the American system is exactly what you just said there. No homework, no this, but her mind became so expanded
Yeah.
to the
Exactly.
point of that
They
I
teach
could
you to
not believe it.
critically think.
Japan,
Critically
Japan, the first
think.
5 years
I
of a
begged
child life,
them
you
when I was in
learn.
government to
Mhm.
change it to that.
Oh,
Yeah,
God, so
let
I'm
people
saying,
think,
okay, so I'm
man.
saying, all right, so I'm saying this because
All this
people-
with that bag of books on the
But-
back
but-
and all that kind of
but that's
Giving
nonsense.
children-
That's
giving
because-
children scoliosis.
That's
Because
because-
what
that's
you
because
really doing? You
education-
really fattening the pockets of a
The education.
bookmaker or
Okay, what
somebody.
is
You know,
what is the
nonsense.
education system? What is the education system? Is our education system a system
You ready?
where
I'm going to tell you
we
what
take
it is.
all
It's a
these
paper
children,
exam
all
and
these
stuff.
children,
And create
and put them in the
employees.
same?
Create
Listen to
employees.
his
It's a
answer.
system.
Correct.
It
We
is
not
a system to
That was
contain
the-
your
that was
mind.
the
It's to contain your mind.
Prussian,
That is what it is.
school system
Because-
where the Prussians, which the Germans at those days in the Industrial Revolution,
Right.
they wanted employees who could listen,
Systematic
who could do
soul learning.
system, who did not argue,
Yeah.
who did not taste, who
Wouldn't-
did not say nothing wrong,
Finland's-
who would go straight.
Finland's
So-
That is
so
what we
Doc-
inherited in Trinidad.
Doc, you're so correct. Is the
My-
education system to answer your question is a system to contain you.
Right,
Yes,
because
yeah.
how many? All right,
To
how
keep
many
you in a
people?
box.
How
And
many?
if you talk
How many
out the
children in
box
school
about it,
right
If
now?
you thought
All
out
of
box,
the bright
You
people
ask them what they want to be.
They don't know.
They don't know.
No.
They don't know because they ain't figured it out
How-
yet. But in my day, I wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't grow up to be that. You understand what I'm saying? It have people who, if you ask them when they're 15, 16 years old, going to secondary
But you
school,
shouldn't.
where you want, no, you ask them where you want to be, where you want to do when they come out of school, they will give you one answer, but they will never move towards that. They're just telling you something that they hear their mother and their father tell them they want them to
No,
be.
Stefan, sometimes the children want to be X, but the parents
But
Can't afford.
but Stefan,
But here's my
Can't
point.
afford.
Right, but here's my point. Shouldn't our education system be based around what the individual
Yes.
is interested
but
what
in?
they-
Stefan,
what they
okay,
love.
we're going
Let me just
somewhere.
answer that.
And what
Let me
they
just
love.
answer that. Let me
We are
answer
going
that.
somewhere.
Because what I always thought was insipid about our education system is forcing children who have no understanding of the real world to choose how they're going to live the rest of their lives.
That too.
There are a lot of people who come out of
Yeah.
university with a law degree, a medical
And they-
degree,
and they
they
want to be
never
lawyers.
abandon it.
They didn't
Yeah.
want to do that.
But they didn't
anymore.
want it.
but
They didn't
Stefan-
want it. There has to be a way.
But they thought that would have been a way
No,
to
but-
get them out of a certain
No,
kind
but
of
what
lifestyle.
he is saying, and
So,
what,
so,
what he's saying and what Fuad alluding to, is that there has to be a way to slipstream children into what they're predisposed to. Because think about it, if your fathers are welder and your grandfathers are welder and you grew up smelling that welding, you got chances are you want to be a welder too.
Yeah, but-
People's names in society came from that, Cooper and Tanner and Smith. Those are professions.
And
Those are
those
people.
were not slave names.
No, that was Kunta Kunta.
No, no,
That
no.
was
No,
Toby.
but early in education systems, there must be a system to assess whether children are.
you're going
skilled.
somewhere,
I'm
Doc.
glad-
You're going
I'm
somewhere,
glad-
Doc.
I'm glad-
Because in
Doc.
Trinidad, we teach a
Skilled.
duck, a fish, a
Skilled.
snake, a alligator,
Because
all
there
of us in the
are
same class.
children that are.
They ask the fish. They say you're a fish.
There are children that are.
Yeah,
there are children that are.
You understand?
Einstein
able.
said that. Einstein.
So we
to
don't have
now
back.
early standard tree.
Let me tell you where the problem is that.
See that and now guide children in the direction
Let
whether
me tell
they
you where the
are
problem starts.
brain or skill.
Yeah,
problem
exactly.
start-
So we send everybody
the
through
problem
brain
start-
to quarter them
the
fail
problem-
because
listen.
I could fix something.
Yes.
The problem start, the whole collapse start from the SEA placement. You see that SEA exam
Yeah,
and that
yes.
placement?
Stupidness.
Yeah.
It
Stupidness.
start right
But
here.
okay, but listen, you know what's the problem?
It's not
in Trinidad
right.
and Tobago?
Where are the tech box?
just-
Where are the
I just-
tech
That's what I talk about
Where are the
before.
tech box
That
schools
is
today?
where
Let me
that
say-
is where we just
I-
teach children classism.
No, but let me-
That's where
Where are the tech box
classism
schools?
Let me say
starts.
this.
Exactly.
I
Where
have-
you go and learn
my
skill
whole
today?
adult life, I have
Where?
heard people say that the SEA system needs to go, but we do not make it go away. We have enough seats in education.
talking about that
We
today.
could purpose bill. We
Just
could
zone
purpose
schools,
bill.
just zone everything.
Watch me. You could start in ISPS in kindergarten
Mhm.
and go right up.
Right up your
Whatever
line.
next one, Arbor.
The
Arbor
same-
school is the same model.
And you could go that they,
Right
they,
up
they
to
take it
10-year
on
schools. 10-year schools.
and you go straight up.
10-year
and you don't have to
schools.
leave there.
Critically thinking.
Don't.
And you get
That
a
is the
better
pro-
product
listen,
at the end.
Yeah.
How much mental illness in this country is caused by SEA?
Plenty.
People not taking. You know how much stress that is on
Let me,
children now?
Philip, let me show you something.
And parents, yeah.
Boys and
You
girls.
about a 10-year-old child?
Parents, yeah.
I've been advocating this since I was in before ministry, and I've talked to Manning about it, talked to everybody about it. Boys and girls have different times of development.
Exactly. They
Yeah,
learn
but
A girl
differently.
will
at
hold
different rates
a
too.
girl will hold a bottle at 7 months. A boy will hold the bottle at 13 months or more. And when you extrapolate it up, the girls mature faster. The
Right.
boys are playful, and a girl at the age of, let's say, 9 or 10, maturity is equal to a boy
12
at the age of 13. 14.
Exactly.
Right.
Now, when you put a 9-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl to write
Two
the
different
SEA, right? The girl passed because she's more.
The senior world
And
different.
that
But the
becomes
little
a
fella
psychological thing in
becomes-
society.
The little fella now,
Thank you.
he
Men
looks
are
like a
failing.
fool. He
The
can't
boys are
pass here.
failing.
He's stupid. Look at you, the girl
Yeah.
pass here. And the whole society now is geared towards girls moving forward, and boys are wasting time.
Yeah.
That's right.
If you look at the fellas nowadays, you will realize that boys and them
Victims.
have lost their self-esteem.
Victims of
Totally lost.
And it's
Because
a victim
the
of the
education
SEA.
system spits
It's
you
a-
out after a certain,
yeah.
you failure,
You fail.
spits you out
Okay.
after that.
You don't pass to go
Keywords.
secondary school or good school or big school. What do you call it?
Prestige.
Prestige school.
You asked, you fool, you're stupid,
Mhm.
and you end up with that. Girls going ahead because their maturity was better than
You
yours.
watch kids watch the disappointment in their parents' face. Results.
When
day.
results come out,
When
you know.
results come out.
Mhm.
And what we've learned about how corrupt some of these systems is that children who really should have been in the prestige school didn't get it because
Because of the
somebody
20%.
That's right.
That whole 20%.
Exactly.
Yes.
all of
Exactly,
that
and that's-
critical information that he just put on the table here, I'm saying to you, in every aspect of life in Trinidad and Tobago, we have that information, but we are not building policy on information. We are building policy on everything else.
But
We're not building policy on data, we're not building policy on.
Or nothing.
But in the midst of all of
It's just
that,
happening.
Yeah,
every aspect of the
happening.
education system is exam oriented.
That's the next thing.
Every aspect of
And I don't mind that.
No,
I don't mind that.
And I'm
but you
saying
know what
to
you should fight?
What?
Your exam should be a grade point average, and you should be trying to do better than you did
But
last year. Not better than everybody else in
Philip,
school.
I managed to get Dr. Gopi Singh, when he was in the meeting, to do continuous assessment.
Yes, that is
We
the approach.
did it. And the thing about it, they've stopped it.
Yes,
Because
continuous
the thing about
assessment.
it, continuous assessment.
Not
was like what
everybody
they do.
has what it takes to sit down in the exam room.
in the continuous
Psychologically,
assessment
yeah.
in
Not
ISPS.
everybody just absorb.
You
But
could
put
pass
them,
an
put them
exam.
outside there.
But
They can do it.
And I want to say this, and again, a good takeaway from what we just went through
Yeah.
is that you realized that there are a lot of professions that are essential to life. That
That-
we
A
treat-
lot.
and
That
we
has
treat
nothing.
them.
Plumber,
We treat them.
Yeah,
we
but
treat,
Trinidad-
air conditioner,
but we treat them.
electrical, like nothing.
In Trinidad, if you come from a
Tradesman
particular-
is not respected.
in
No,
Trinidad,
no,
in
no.
Trinidad,
A
in,
farmer.
in Trinidad, right?
Farmer is the most
a
important.
lot of our policies should be geared towards youth development. If the youth is the future
Yeah.
and the next generation in the future. But here's the thing: in Trinidad, if you come from a certain socio-economic background, your goal in life is like a government worker. No,
I told you,
but you're
let
right.
me be real.
No, I thought about so.
That is your
Then
goal.
you're fit for life.
That is your goal in life, not to
Yeah,
open
when
a
you-
business,
not-
not to become an
I
entrepreneur.
went down Nelson
But
Street.
check it out,
I
government
went
work.
down Nelson Street. The Prime Minister get about 50 acres of land down on Nelson Street. And they went and cut a ribbon to say they're going to open a panyard. And I say, in this place, with this density of underperforming, under-actualized humans, you're going to open a panyard when you could have opened homework
Technical
supervision,
school.
technical school, trade school. You
Come
could
to
have
that.
put down, you could have built indoor football, indoor cricket. You could
Hello.
have provided opportunities. If you wanted, I just want to say, if you wanted bigger pan, you should have built a pan factory.
This
Philip,
content
Philip,
is a stunt.
It's a stunt.
Philip.
So you're gonna give Nelson Street a next panyard.
Philip.
How does that help? Where in Trinidad and Tobago, besides Silver Stars, where is the next working model of a pan side that people could say as a professional pan?
Pan
For the
man.
year. For the
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Why Despers left the hill?
Crime.
I want to say cry.
It's crime.
You understand where I'm coming from? Now, if you understand the culture of the area you talk about just now, as a minister, I went in there. I went in the block. Duke Street, George Street, Prince Street, Nelson Street. Oh, that
Border.
block. That block.
Yeah, borderline.
Let me tell you something. When I sat inside here, chatting with the guys, hundreds of them inside, they cannot leave inside here.
Yeah.
Cannot even go across the road because the next block down the road
Gone in for them.
waiting for them. Let me tell you something. The day I went there, they tell me, you see that blood thing in the middle of the road there? A man went to buy bread in the shop across the road.
Yeah, but you
And
see,
he get
Roger,
it
I wanna
coming
tell
back because they cannot.
No,
So
Roger,
if you're creating
I
employment,
know, but
and they're hoping that government create employment
In that little space.
in that little
But
space
Roger,
alone. You know.
I am
Yeah.
saying
But you
to
think
you,
that is a solution?
but
No.
wait, before you say
No, I'm saying to tell you, I'm
So,
telling you the
Roger,
reality of it. Huh?
why we don't get the macro view? Because all of those blocks have that same problem.
Same problem.
Okay, so why don't we have a macro approach to solving that problem? Because at the end of the day, a lot of this crime is because of frustration. These are people.
Exactly, the education
It's-
system.
it's-
everything.
I'm going- I'm going-
It just fails
it's
down.
failed.
I'm going to say something
It
now that
cascades
I'm going to hit
down.
the roof, eh? You're going to hit the roof.
But upon that,
Live sport program.
oh God,
No, committed.
no.
Yeah.
Was doing
My phone
exactly
gonna
that.
ring, my phone gonna
No,
ring.
you're correct.
He's correct.
It was
You're correct.
doing that.
No.
Very correct.
People was doing it.
Intended.
Correct.
It was doing it.
It's
Stop.
intended.
No,
I was
Stop.
there.
No.
It was doing
Stop.
it.
It
Listen,
wasn't
If you
doing
tell
it
me
in
that
Arima.
next
It
week
was
I will
doing
bring
it.
Ashwell Creed here, and I'll bring him on the show.
It wasn't doing it in
Intended.
Arima.
He's still alive?
Bring, you know what to
He's
bring?
come here, he's like me.
Bring,
all right.
bring Ash, Mr. Creed, right? And also bring Anil Roberts, a challenger for that.
I could
And
challenge
let
you
me,
to
let me
that.
go. Let me go.
You know they never meet each other, right?
I remember, Philip, I remember. Live sport, I was seeing it happen.
Let me bring this man to be a UNC defender. No. That's what you're going to
But
see.
live sport,
You
Step
see
one.
that?
could understand
You see, you're not going to see that in
Live
the comments.
sport.
Eh?
People were getting
Live sport.
$1,500. Hey, no, they were getting $1,500 a month and a meal throughout the day, and they were saying to us, well, one or two of them in my area,
Brother man,
and we really.
let me tell you what the problem was with Light Spot. Indian people was helping African people, and that was not the way
And
forward.
the thing about
So
it,
the
they were
PS
happy to get the meal and the $1,500 and the month done, so they could buy groceries and things. I'm telling you, the fellas, and when they take that away, they say, moving me away from crime. It was happening.
But wasn't it also a gangster paradise?
No. Those
But you see,
gangsters
we
in it.
cannot.
The gangsters were going and playing the basketball and they were getting money for doing it and getting food through the system.
You know, in Trinidad and Tobago, the media have a way of changing realities to suit outcomes. You know that. You know that you could hear a version of something. We had a conversation the other day. People say, Dolce used to lime on Charlotte Street. And you used to lime on Charlotte Street. They put it all together. You and Dolce used to lime.
So you used to lime on Charlotte Street.
Because both of us used to lime on Charlotte Street. 20 years different. It's like when Manning sell the car to Sankey Subans and Subans sell the car to Cheney. Is it Manning sell the car to Cheney?
Yeah.
You understand? That's how it works. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, you know. The problem with the politics in Trinidad. No, I know, but you see.
I have a different experience.
But I want to say,
come to
please,
that.
Roger, and I want to say this
Totally
to you for
different
and you would have heard me say this those years ago, that the biggest problem the People's Partnership had is that they did not know how to communicate their wins.
We didn't.
They did not know how to communicate their wins. And the PNM, that is so very good, and you boast about this because this is what this is your strong suit. The PNM that is very good at changing the narrative and bringing the noise. When you can sell your wins, they will amplify your losses.
I hear you.
They will amplify your losses.
I hear you.
Okay,
But
Aquatic Center. One of the world's top aquatic
that was
centers.
tough.
You don't hear about that.
you don't hear about the cycling center.
But for the intent and purpose of the aquatic center, that was supposed to bring money into Trinidad and Tobago.
Sport tourism.
Together with the
Sport tourism.
hospital, everything, you know.
It was.
The last thing I remember, the
With
partnership
money,
talking
sure.
about was creating different avenues for tourism, sport tourism, medical tourism,
medical
things of that
tourism,
nature.
Let me tell you something. The Cuba Hospital
Was supposed to be
was when I was finishing with it, was going to be a state-of-the-art hospital for both burns and.
I was going to ask you when the burn unit, because that's what they needed.
Fuad, I want to
And
ask you an
also-
honest question.
Yeah.
Because the Alsing gotten up in the parliament.
Your other
and
questions
stuff.
have been dishonest.
No, but this one's honest to him. The Alsing gotten up and talk us a crap. That
That's
the Cuba
usual.
hospital
What does he
was
talk
empty.
No.
That was totally outfitted.
You were there.
I
You
was
saw
there when
it.
it opened.
Now everybody, I think everybody who knew
Let me
knew it was outfitted.
Totally
Let me
outfitted.
tell you what
Rum
Totally
Shop Talk
outfitted.
and think that we just
German
facilitated
No,
this.
I want to say something. Cuba Hospital was supposed to. I had already gotten the Royal Society of Medicine in London.
That's right.
I'd gotten the FRCS people. I'd gotten the retired specialists in the state, in England and the States, ACGME and them. They were going to come to the Cuba Hospital and train people and have it educational tourism. So people from all over the world would come there
Right there.
and learn, right? While we operated our people. And we already had a private wing that was going to pay for the public wing. No. It was going to be like pediatric hematology, pediatric gastroenterology, pediatric hematology. None of that
That was going to
existed
be the
in
top
Trinidad.
thing in this part of
And
the
it was going to be the first digital hospital in the Caribbean.
Caribbean.
That was there. And it was done when they were building the hospital. I was on top the back of the Chinese. I said, don't bring no Chinese codes here for me. I want FIDIC codes, American and British codes. And no matter what they did, I kept going at that because that was my voice from thing. Arima and Point Fortin is built on the same system for accreditation.
Right.
None of the hospitals in this country are accredited. They were built for accreditation.
Wow.
Bam! Go on. Oncology center would have make money for this country. None.
But I want to ask you a question, right? Some of these things that you are saying to me that are successes, people watching the show will say that we're rewriting history. I want to tell
was
you,
there.
but I want to tell you that it is those same things that the opposition at the time beat you with. They beat you with Section 34. They beat you with
Yeah,
life
but,
sport.
I mean,
I'm saying this to you. I'm saying this to you. That there are people in your party that think they understand communication and think they understand the mission of how to sell what you're doing, and they don't.
I'm gonna ask a question, you know. How much of a role the media play?
In what?
Well, in silencing the facts.
No, the media was good to me.
Against fiction.
I had no problem with media. Whenever I spoke, the media would carry what I said.
Okay.
I had no problem with
But
that.
do you all don't feel at all that the media might have played their bad
as
hand?
No,
minister-
Philip is correct. Philip
No,
is
but as
correct.
Minister of Communication, Jerry Hadid was a bad fit.
Philip is correct. You see what
Jerry
I'm
Hadid was a bad fit. And you end up with Vasant
No.
Bharat that followed Jerry Hadid. And Vasant Bharat
No.
is a bad fit as a
No,
Minister
but
of Communication.
Philip, let me tell you something. I did my marketing degree before I went in. And I remember one day both telling me before and no understand why you could market the health and market your system and don't get catched by the media because you know what to do. But you're right. Our communications was not good. When
We had no
BNN
spin doctors.
felt in mother to us, we had nothing to move with. And the thing about it, our whole system made no sense because in our election campaign for 2015, the whole election campaign was started around Kamala versus Rowley.
Yeah.
And it was nonsense. Listen,
I could not
but-
even
but-
mention
but-
the women's outpatient
Fuad,
center.
right.
All these things I'm talking
It
about.
they
was
asked
not
me-
the
I
achievement.
could
It was
not
not
even
yet
say
Fuad, I
no.
sat
It was
down.
not the
I sat
achievements.
down in a meeting
It was a
that
popularity
Rodney
contest.
Charles led. And he was in charge of your communication machinery for election. And I sat down in that meeting and I heard where they were going. And I knew that you were going to fail. That whole plan, so you had so much going positively.
To put it out.
But your last 3 months in government was a vote of no confidence in the
Yeah,
opposition
Rowley.
leader. You all were supposed to ignore completely.
Forget that.
This thing
Waste time.
with talking about Rowley father and Rowley children and all
Waste
that
of time.
stupidness.
That just galvanized
All
support
it
for
did-
him.
Let me tell you
all
something.
it did was
Sympathy.
You remember?
you
I
made
did-
call members.
You remember that?
Sympathy, they get- yeah, sympathy
Philip,
votes, yeah.
Look him there. I stood up in a meeting and I said, all you don't do that.
Don't do that.
I said, all you're crazy. All you go just make Rolly hit the roof and all you go just make him. All you
When
don't
Paul
do
get
that.
get up in the parliament and say, "Come outside,"
You remember?
it make him look like something.
Yeah.
You remember when
And
I
the
said,
and the
when I
US
said,
Motion
"Look,
is
tea room,
vacuous."
You've just destroyed our chance.
Just destroyed the chance.
You know something?
Yeah.
In the tea room, I said,
Just destroyed
I
the
said,
chance.
you know what you've done there? Downstairs? You have destroyed our chance. with
But
the
I was sitting down in the
Wow.
viewing.
Excuse no one said.
I was sitting down in the viewing
A rum
gallery in Parliament, and when she started with that whole, because the house was empty, and when she started, and I realized where she was going, I swear, and I tell people
Yeah.
after, I said I almost fake a heart attack.
I
was going to fall over the railing and beat
stop
up on
it.
the
If
ground
you-
just to stop it.
If you see my face, I do so.
You know what the UNC did in 2015? They literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. That's what they did.
But do you know
because the
something?
UNC, because they start to print these, and again, I want to blame them because everything what people was looking for their contracts, and they print these stupid magazines. But the points that he raised in here, nobody, you know what they did? They ignored it. Like sport collapse, because it was allowed to collapse, there was nobody to defend it, whatever. But they didn't do a good job of following
Communication.
through and communicating.
Let me tell you something. We
just take the blows.
achieved so much
Yes.
in the 5 years that this country
But nobody know about it.
knows nothing about.
But you know, one thing I would want to agree with, no, I was against the UNC around that time. One thing I want to say
See,
is that,
it was for me then. I was in the UNC.
yeah, one thing I want to say is that, you know, you listen to the man on the street and you'll tell you that 5 years of the UNC,
Now the
they
partnership.
benefited, the partnership, they benefited more than this 7 or 8 years
They will
of the
say that,
PNM.
yeah.
I mean, you're seeing things happen.
Yes,
People was,
man.
people was
Everywhere, you know.
living.
All over
I
the
mean,
country,
the
things
money
were
was
happening.
trickling down. All of a sudden, the UNC was thieving and all that kind of thing. Things was happening.
Propaganda.
Things was happening.
No, but I mean, Roger, there were some phenomenally bad, corrupt decisions made. You have to accept that.
That's a fact.
Those things. And because you did such a poor job of managing the blowback, his job was made easier. His job was to lead the onslaught. And
No,
anytime
he did his job.
He did his job.
but that's his job.
He
And
did his
you,
job.
but when you launching an attack against another army, and they're not defending yourself,
Yeah, yeah.
you have to tell yourself
Free rein.
it's either they don't know how,
Free
or
rein.
they have
No,
something
they
else.
get hit
But
both
you know,
sides too, because all they had Jack on the next side jamming all the two with
Yeah.
the ILP, eh?
Yeah.
So they was getting hit from PNM one
And
way,
we own people
and then you have
Because,
Jack
no, but you see,
They made
because
some colossal
Jack
errors.
jamming all of the
Yeah.
two.
UNC made some
Colossus.
colossal
I want
errors.
to tell you how
Colossal errors.
PNM beat the People's Partnership. They identified the important people and they broke them. They broke Jack, they broke Anand, they broke Anil. And when they lost those three, Rudal Bonilal tried to sell himself as he could replace Jack.
But
He couldn't. Jack Warner, and I want to say this,
I think,
Jack Warner put that People's Partnership together, yes or no?
and I,
Yes.
I
Jack
think,
Warner was responsible for
Everything.
I think
Everything.
PNM would not break them if Jack was still in the
He wouldn't have been. I'll tell you something.
Couldn't have.
If it's one thing I must say,
They couldn't get under Jack's skin.
Anil and Jack. Okay, how PNM operates, right? They shout louder than you. We don't shout that hard. We never were brought up that way. We were brought up to be docile and do attack because you know whatever. But Jack and Anil were one of our strongest.
You see the psychology of race?
and
Yeah.
PNM masters
and
that.
they master that and they
So they
come at you so.
know how
To
to
get under your skin.
Yeah.
They know how to
But-
use your words against you.
But Jack and Anil was good at pelting
It's
it
not
back.
just it's not about pelting fan. I want to say, you need to be able to take it. Chandra Sharma couldn't take it. Glenn Ramadas Singh couldn't take it. They wilted,
Yeah.
and there was nobody defending. I remember calling your communications minister and saying tomorrow,
I remember
Guardian,
that. I remember you call it.
tomorrow Guardian. Chandra Sharma going to be on the front. I tell them before the Guardian print.
Uh-huh.
Chandra Sharma going to be on the front page.
Watch me.
And for some reason, and I don't know why, this is the truth also, inside the People's Partnership and inside the UNC, people was pulling each other down and feeding information to the media, feeding wrong
Which is
information.
wrong.
Which was wrong. But Philip, I remember, I mean, and then some of us were cowards, yeah? I remember one day, I'm heading down the islands. Yeah, no, I'm serious, heading down the islands and I get a phone call, listen to the station. So what? I tell my man on the station, boy, he calling my name and calling out my car number and all kind of things.
Panic, yeah.
Yeah, no, panic. Well, I busted through Colville Street there and reached down Tragedy Road, walking the station. So tell the security, I said, I want to talk to the man who on here now. Security say, hold on. And as he going upstairs, I follow him. And as he push the door, he didn't realize I behind him.
Yeah.
As he push up the door, so
Don't
the
remember the
moderator
chest?
I say, I want to talk to you just as a minister. He startled there. So I know in the station. You understand? I say, you know me? You ever talk to me? Now we going live. And I sit down right in
Roger,
the
I
station
sit
there.
down.
And watch me, we had to go live. When he said
Yeah,
to
but-
talk, so here up now, he said, well, I'm not taking any call. Any more calls. Say the nice thing about this. And we want to ask the pastor to pray for us. If they had half an hour more on the program, I pray for 29 minutes.
Roger,
When I
remember,
finish, program done.
I sit down on a panel show on
I don't,
Power
I'm not
102
afraid of you.
and call Embert calling the show.
Talk to me.
And he calling to talk about Section 34. This was before Section 34 was anything. And he is trying to get the panel to understand that Section 34 is nobody's taking it on. And I remember a couple weeks later, Judy Raymond and The Guardian had run a whole headline that Ish and Steve to walk free.
Yes,
and
I remember
that's
that.
how they framed it.
That's how they framed
That
it.
Ish and Steve to walk free.
That is how they framed it.
And they hung Ish and Steve from
On the
Bandy
shoulders, yeah.
on the
Yes.
Kamla
on,
unit.
on Kamla
And
partnership.
they
yeah.
did not know how
To
to
respond.
You know what Imbert said to me one day? I said, Imbert, why are you telling untruths? He says, to use an untruth, to me, it's a statement. People do, they do. People
I was
do, they
asking
do.
if you all
In other
were
words,
paying attention. The
it's out
same
there.
person who was in charge of
Can't
the
pull it back.
political
Can't pull it
news
back, it's out
coverage.
there.
Suniti Maharaj was in charge of the political coverage for TV6 and CNC3 at the same time in 2015. How is that possible when that is two competing stations? The entire thing was set. You all
We didn't know that.
You all
didn't
didn't
know
But I was telling the world,
Watch me.
you all didn't
Oh,
have a
yeah.
chance. You know why? Because your party did not understand the power of communications, and you left it up to people like Rodney Charles, and Rodney didn't understand.
Yeah.
So when Rodney
One of-
dressed
one of the
himself up
things-
when he dressed himself up like an engineer and went downtown and playing spin the
That's
wheel and all
nonsense.
that nonsense, that undermined you
I remember
more
covering that,
in
yes.
people's
Nonsense.
minds. No, but I will never forget these things.
I remember
Because I was
covering that.
texting people. I was telling, I tell your leader, I told her, I said, you are losing public opinion.
Yeah.
That's where you're losing it. because you had so much done. For whatever reason, you did a lot of wrong things and people saw it or whatever. But you could have appealed to people's, the same thing that you just say, that people say they had a better quality of life under the People's Partnership.
It was a fact. It was a fact.
By far.
It was a fact by far.
Yeah, but
By
they
far.
had nothing to compare
But
to
nothing to
them.
compare to them.
Mm.
Now they could compare
Now
it.
they could compare.
The other thing the PNM does do good is beat you.
Gosh, that fellow was a bit
It's
minister.
beat you.
But man,
A-class
you
minister.
see
health,
the
you know.
noise, Anne-Marie Dulal,
A-class
and Anne-Marie
minister.
Dulal is one of she's our research officer, and she says this all the time. She said the PNM's strongest power is bringing the noise.
Yeah.
Yes.
They bring the noise.
They can
It's
bring
not
the noise.
beating too, that
and
beat you.
tomorrow, that is the
They beat you.
story. You see,
It's not a no, it's not a no.
Cameron's
Put it out
still
there,
making
man.
the same mistakes.
You know,
Black
Yeah.
man,
You know,
and the bananas
Susila.
and the ads.
Yeah.
No, but
Susila
those
and
things-
Camille.
But
and
nothing,
all-
nothing was
That's
wrong with
bait,
that.
that's
It's what
bait.
they,
It's not
made it.
that.
Nothing
It's
was
not that.
wrong.
You know what
I mean,
it is?
it's how they,
It
it's how
cannot-
they, it's the narrative they,
Boss
they,
man.
Yeah, but they just
they-
beat you.
She
They just
doesn't
beat you.
have. She doesn't
To
have
deal with that.
the defense team that Jack had.
Oh, Jack
Jack-
had a great defense team.
Exactly. Jack
had
understood
it
to
good.
play the game. So you come outside and you bust the talk and they respond to you, you drop back. The defense team handle it from
Let
there.
them handle it from there. Yeah.
She trying to defend her own self. She can't do that.
She can't.
She doesn't have the ability.
You leave you leave your warriors in front.
Correct.
You come, but she
Correct.
Kamala
And frame it.
want to be the warrior,
She doesn't
Yeah,
have
but
the
she
and
doesn't
that is
ability.
the problem.
She doesn't have the
If she would leave the fighters in front, I always say the same thing, Philip, about when we went into the Crown Plaza Accord. I said Pandey did not carry his warriors, Movin Assam, Julian Lucky, and the strong people. They didn't go. The people who went there was an ethnically correct team.
Balanced.
Wasn't warriors.
I don't know who given Jayanti Lakshmidiyal all our rope to run, but that is how she's supposed
Yes.
to be dealing with all. You say these people have skills, you say they have the ability, show us their skills and ability. The only shining star in the current,
Is Janti.
Janti.
Yeah, that.
Because she coming at them.
and I don't think they can pull her back now. They can't put her back in the box.
now. They can't
Put her back in the box. She's
That was
shown
done
herself.
stable.
She's shown herself she's strong,
Yeah.
right? And she's dealt the PNM a mortal blow.
She
Yeah,
did.
Because Foster Cummins, it was Rowley's heir apparent.
Mhm.
They moved Farris to make way for Foster. She damaged Foster. I think
Foster damaged.
over. I think
He finished.
over. I
You
think
feel
finished.
so? I don't think they're doing anything.
No, no,
I don't
no,
think
no,
that.
Him, they might not do anything
Brother
there,
man.
but he's finished.
All them storm and everything else that going on and distracting you.
Yeah.
Foster still there, like
Foster-
a big bright pus-filled boil.
Foster
that made the ball.
cannot go further than where he is now. In fact, he has to go
In
back.
hiding.
He went
In
back.
hiding.
Nothing Foster do now could carry him forward.
Nothing.
She's
Politically, I was a politician. I was decided, right? He is finished.
She hit him the blow. She hit him. She hit him.
He is
That's a
done.
mortal blow.
That's a mortal- that's it.
Mortal,
Yeah.
mortal,
That's it.
mortal blow.
And if you notice something, Farris doing this.
Mhm.
I don't think Farris have a chance either.
I don't think Farris doing this,
But
you know.
Yes.
I think everybody else doing so. And
Yeah.
Farris still here.
Yeah.
So everybody going
No,
so.
Farris making that ministry work for him.
Local government?
Yes. I'm telling you.
Well, you know, actually, I was in a conversation with a guy before I come down here because he's in a little debate because something I see on the air this morning or yesterday morning, with the storm warning,
Yeah, I looked at it.
right? I said, you know,
And-
where was the communication? If the prime minister is not in the country, where's the acting prime
That's the
minister?
point.
Yeah.
And a guy turned and he told me, he said, but Faris
Faris
Al-Rawi
everything.
at a press conference.
Everything.
I said, Faris Al-Rawi, who now learning local government.
Not
But
that.
he was good.
And
I
there's
want
a
to tell you what that
communications
showed.
minister.
Uh-huh.
What that showed
There's
is,
a
you see that
communications
schism
minister.
you say?
Yeah, he was there. I think the
The
communication
communications
minister.
Nah, he's nothing. He's nothing. He's not
Simon
Don't worry.
Inobrega?
He's
Nah,
not
nah,
worried.
waste our time, waste our
No,
time.
no, no. You see that schism that you keep talking
Waste
about?
that.
I'm telling you right now, Faris. I don't think he have permission to do the things he's doing. You know, Faris.
I don't think so.
Faris don't have the permission. Faris acting
crazy.
ultra
He
various
crazy.
of the
He's a party inside the party.
They're not whipping him again. He not whipped. He not under the whip.
He got clear.
Yeah.
Farris got clear.
He
You know what I mean?
But is that
He give Jayanti the information she had to hurt Foster.
Don't say that here because you can get sued.
How?
Yeah.
You can't say he gave her because I feel.
Yeah.
I feel. I feel. This is what I was told.
Correction on that, eh?
That
Yeah.
he made the information available, or that he was the source of the information.
The one explosive.
He feels. It's a feeling.
The reality of the
It's a feeling.
situation is, look who sink and look who rise at the same time.
Well, I still don't think he
No, but I don't think Farris right.
Yes.
I think Penny might be there in
If
the
it
water.
wasn't for the
but-
storm warning,
No,
we
no.
wouldn't hear nothing about Farris and Ravi in the last 2 weeks.
But he captured. Let me tell you something about politics. If you don't capture that moment in time, you've lost it, right?
Mm.
I remember one day Manning was on top of us, right? Julian and myself sit down together, and Manning jamming. I said, Julian, I will tell you when to get up and apologize. You understand? The Manning going crazy on UNC. We getting lick up left, right, and center. Julian was on the backseat. I said, Julian, do it now. Julian said, could you remember, please give way? Manning said, down. He said, I want to apologize for everything you've done.
Job done.
Apologize for what?
I want to apologize for the things that you're saying that we done or whatnot. And Julian did it. I didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
So when she did it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manning was so. All right. No, politics is timing. Farris used the
and
storm.
Timing is everything.
He used the storm, and he said yes.
If it's one, if it's one person vexed that storm ain't hit is Farris.
It's Farris.
Farris needed that
He was
storm.
ready to get over. He was ready to get over the ground.
But you all remember.
I got it. I got on the ground. He didn't go on the ground, man.
But I see a picture of
I
the
was
papers
looking-
next to our house
What
in
do
a
you mean?
goloshes and all kind of
But-
thing. But the tight pants are squeezing the balls still.
All I remember when he was shifted from AG, there was a bulletin that he's going to have a press conference.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden,
In the press
press
conference.
conference pulled back, you know.
Yeah.
You said
wonder what
just
was gonna
now.
happen at
You
that press
said just now.
conference.
You said no because
Stop that.
let me tell you
You
something.
must have stopped
Sometimes
that.
Diane Sukaran stopped that. Diane
You must have
Sukaran
stopped
stopped
that.
that press conference. She was the first person to stand up and applaud, and she said this is a great appointment. She told him,
Stop the press
"We're
conference,
going to
boy."
make this work for you." They playing this Game of Thrones on the table right now. That is what's going on.
Yeah,
But I wonder what we're doing with Penny.
But
Penny
Farris
is in
realistically
Bloom
think he'll be leader of the BN.
Huh?
Yes. Mark my
I think he
words.
realistically.
What he
I'll
just
tell
said,
you,
that's
man,
the only
Because
thing
she's the only clean one there.
Come on, Amy Brown.
Let me tell you what.
Come on.
Let me tell you, please. Watch me. You
No, Amy Brown, no Brian Manning.
What?
No, that's
No,
not
wait.
only Penelope.
Let me tell you something. You know what he did? And I sat down and I put on the internet.
She's going backwards.
Farris is good
Think
at
it.
marketing, local
Think
government,
about
right? He puts I didn't expect Reggie. You need somebody to fight Anand Ramlogan at the level of Anand Ramlogan. Senior council to senior council, kind of animal to animal.
Mm-hmm.
That's Reggie Amor.
You need to win
Farris
a
could
case.
do that.
Yeah.
Farris good at the other side. But Camille Robinson Regis is roots. Think of it. She cussed in and she could move and thing. I know Camille. Camille can really get that, go down ready. Penny can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Penny is good at them kind of level to go down there.
Yeah.
HDC is jamming and roots.
Yeah, but they move
No,
Penny.
you need to get no.
So-
you
so-
need to get
but-
somebody like
but-
Camille there. But Penny have a air about her and all the planning done already. Camille do all the planning and all kind of thing.
Mm.
So you take Penny and you put her there to run the different things to get the planning system where
No
you know
PR
to
in it.
deliver. So Penny goes start to look good at this
PR in
level.
it.
What's she named? Camille gone down to the roots of the HDC.
Yeah, I was looking at it the opposite. I was looking at it the opposite. I think they tried to destroy Penny.
No, they're building Penny there, brother.
The Bill and Penny. That move was the Bill Penny.
That's
But I want to
Bill
tell you
Penny.
this.
Penny's
Farris-
done a Rango Tango.
Farris
for
had
us.
Real
his
strategy in this thing, you
Need a
know.
Rango. I was an MP in
What?
the thing.
Farris having
Neither
his
Rango
best
Tango.
week ever. When
Yeah.
Amor cut your own throat
Yeah.
and then the storm come.
Farris got
Farris
clear.
was down on his knees.
Farris got
Farris was he standing up somewhere on some hill saying,
You see?
"Thank you."
Thanking his mother for
And the partner
Mother
in Los Angeles.
He was going
the
on
partner
track.
in Los Angeles. Said now ready to become the president of the country.
Yeah, you want to be president?
Oh, please.
That's the next move.
But oh
Please.
God,
Please.
watching in your face.
Please.
This Rum Shop
But
Talk,
that's what
right?
you want to be.
This Rum Shop Talk.
I feel was Stu might be president before he.
Not everything you want to be, you will
Was
get.
Stu might be president before
Not everything you want, you will get. But that is the
People
plan.
welcome to the country flag, but they don't have like president.
Oh, show you mean?
God. That's
Listen,
sour.
Listen,
Hey,
you know why?
write up what's you know.
You know why?
People love what's you know.
You know why you want to be president?
I tell you.
You know why?
I'm
last
telling
week.
you that.
Yeah,
Anybody
people
around
love
this table
us.
know why?
You can't
No, why what?
No.
No, why what?
It's a one reason that man go want to be president.
Who?
What's
Because he don't want Robinson to have nothing on him. Robinson was prime minister and president. He want to have that too. They mustn't say Robinson was
Nah,
prime minister.
I think Rowley done
I'm
that.
telling you.
I think Rowley done with that.
Hello?
Rowley not in
John
Robinson.
with what? What he probably like to do more than anything
Rowley
else?
going to
Play
become
God.
president of the
Nothing.
country.
That
And
is
you're
what you
going to
do in
get
your
Penny
office as
as the
president.
prime minister.
Except
Closer
when
to
you're
election.
$70
When Paul Away finish. So
No, but
Man,
wait,
Paul-
wait, wait.
Paul, I mean,
After
this might cost
the
a
truth
hundred
is,
thousand.
doesn't finish.
No.
She doesn't finish. The presidency doesn't finish.
no,
I mean,
when does she come?
Every 5 years.
oh,
It's next
well,
year.
well, yeah,
Soon
but
it's
Yes,
it's
yes.
always 2 years
When-
into the term.
Listen to
It had to
her.
be next year.
She said the bar so low
Who's
that Paul May Weeks, if you appoint Rowley as president and he play golf for the rest of his life, you would
Philip-
still be seeing him
Philip,
more
better.
than
You
you
say she
see.
said the bar low. A dog done dig a hole and the bar done under the ground. It's a lot low. A dog done dig up a hole so.
No, but listen. If there's one thing she was good at, was social distancing. She taught us how to social distance. She good at that. She's
This
the champ.
woman,
She's the ruling
listen,
champ.
Her Excellency's most famous moment, I think, as president, was the complaint on the national anthem.
That's still.
On the performance.
That's
I think that was the highlight.
That's still the
Of what
top.
to-
It's top of the day.
That's it.
He come
Perhaps,
Yes, somebody was singing
unfortunately,
it, yeah.
all good
Singing
things
the national
will
anthem,
come to
But
an
it
end.
was a great show.
No,
I
no, no.
enjoyed the whole thing.
Now we have, I mean, every time we have good guests, we make sure we tell them stand by on short notice or they're coming back again because people gonna want more on this. But
I would just like to ask just one or two more questions, very quick one-word answers.
carry on.
Yeah, in one word, describe Terence Yalsey.
Nah, we don't do that, man.
One word, just
It
one
would
word.
not be good coming from me.
Okay, Roger.
Would you use the word?
One word to describe
Terence-
Terence
Terence
Yalsey.
Is-
But would you subscribe to the use of the word kunumunu?
No.
No.
Terence is my friend. Do about talk the man.
You have friends?
Yes.
Alright.
What? You vindicate Stephen because last week Stephen
I
said.
don't think a person is our acquaintance.
Remember last week Stephen said.
the man you say impressed man one day.
Stephen said you impress him.
And one time.
Last week when
No,
Stephen
no, no,
said
no,
yes.
no, Terence. No, at one time,
In the early years.
when he was a
Terence have a good
senator
heart.
before
Terence, you
2015.
see what all the people with cardiac problems and all the things, and they have a problem. You say, Terence, this fella had it so Terence will respond. So I ain't going to talk Terence.
But then I realized he's a clown.
Nobody did not say somebody could have used a good word.
He's a nice guy.
I think
Problem
Dr.
with this
Khan had
rum
too
shop
much to
is we
drink.
don't have enough rum. Come, let me get some closing comments, everybody now. Yeah?
Oh, God.
Keep it light, keep it bright, take us home.
What's that?
Give us some closing comments.
On what? I mean,
Anything, the country, the state of the country,
I wish,
future.
I wish this show become number one because
Ah,
it's
yeah,
an excellent show.
Yeah.
You feel comfortable and you can talk.
Imagine if we had rum people.
I know, fellas.
A lot of issues that we
More
could discuss over.
We looking for a rum sponsor.
If we could sit out here and talk all that without rum, imagine what happens if we have rum.
If we do get a rum sponsor, we will also need a lawyer on hand. Because we may lose our inhibitions. But the reality is, Stephen, have anything to add?
No, I think it was a good show. It's a great show. It's something that we actually educating the public on the alcohol. You know?
On non-alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a comedy movie.
Take us home.
I agree 100%. 100%. And I think we need to educate.
The country need that more than anything. More than anything, we need informed, educated, and empowered voters. Yes, we need people voting on issues that affect their children's future, not party-centric nonsense. Because it is healthy for all political parties. Just now, you spent a while there talking about the wins of your organization, and I guess we gotta bring in some PNL people to get us and go
We had to do that.
But I just say to you that with an informed, educated, and empowered electorate, 2015 might have been different.
Oh, it's very different. Would have been different.
And I don't leave it.
Yeah. Well, just in closing, close it up, right? Lock up your rum shop.
Walk up there.
All right, closing time. You know, take your drink, but you can't stay here. We hope you enjoyed the episode 3. It was episode 3 of the Rum Shop. Who knows will pop in? Who knows who else will pop in the Rum Shop next week? But I learned a lot today.
Me too.
I think we cleared the air, Dr. Khan and Dr. Samuel, They
No, but
could
when
they
we bring
clear
in
the
the
ear on a
PNN
lot of
people
things.
next week, and
They
they
will
talk
try
about
to
the
clear
same
the
section
ear.
34 and the same life sport.
Yeah.
You get on next side, you know.
Well-
Everybody have a side.
Well, one is clear in the ear and the next one is polluted. So it's pollution and clear. Anyhow,
Carry on.
no, but I think it was.
To our guests, I
Yes,
must say.
but they are the
very
best.
kind, very kind.
You don't bring somebody into your rum shop.
We
and-
also
and-
could
and-
use
and-
sponsor for nuts, chana,
Hey,
biscuit,
the bar
wings, the bar-
snacks.
Yeah.
The bar snacks.
Pow! I went to a bar and had pow.
Yeah. We could put some Skittles in a bowl and all.
No.
M&M's?
No.
No. All right.
After the salty. After the salty.
He 2
Where's
weeks
the chef?
ago
Next
bring
week
a
he will bring a
2 pack of M&M's and just throw it on the table and say, have some M&M's.
That's all.
Have some M&M's. A ball no. Yeah, you're going to eat all that by myself. When I start to eat
Eat
so,
all.
yeah, but you
You
didn't
know,
even on
no, but seriously, we need sponsors for all of those things. They're a good show and plenty of people watch it. But the chef, I want to bring the chef on the show. Your chef.
Yeah, you come.
Yeah, and bring some food and share.
You come, then no problem. So, you know, next Rum Shop.
Next
But
Rum Shop.
hey, we hope all they value the information you get and, you know, take it as they gave it. Because, hey, I believe it to be things that we didn't know about or we didn't have an idea about. And the operations of government is something that we need to educate people on.
Indeed.
And the Constitution.
That's
Indeed.
You know your Constitution, you know your rights.
That's right.
Until next week,
Thank you, fellas.
Yeah, man.
long live the rum in the shop.
I go drink to that. We in the rum shop. Yeah. Yeah. 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 So bring a rum, bring it come in the rum shop talk. Yeah. Yeah. So bring a rum, bring it come in the rum shop talk. Yeah. Yeah.